Reports training, all one word.
Is the website to download the newest version of Evergreen on here?
Yeah, and there, I'll show you. I can tell you a couple ways too. If you go to sagelib, oh, somewhere here, .org/ and log in as a staff member. Go to the sagelib-help, and there's the directory for the newest.
Where do you log in under help?
When you're,
you have to go to staff and then.
Yeah, just go to click on staff, and then you, it's staff and step, like capital S, TEP, number 4, ORW, ARD, exclamation point.
I have it saved on my work computer.
There you go. So then just click on that.
Is there one that, if our one from that we usually use is not getting us in, do we have a call one or anything?
For the website or Evergreen? It should, that staff step forward is the default kind of staff password for everyone in Sage.
Thank you. My other one, what was it?
It's sorry, I wish that got a little bigger. But it's, the username is staff, STAFF, and the password is step, so capital S, TEP, number 4, ORW, ARD, exclamation point. Oh yeah, you can go there too. This was just for, I think she wanted to get the, yeah, just there would be good.
Oh, you go on, log in.
All right. So is everyone able to get on the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I'm on, but it's like, you know, when I was
and you're on the HPL-staff one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm recording on Go2Meeting right now. Maybe there's only all the cables in.
That's a pretty good question. Here we go. All the time in the library. So low. Kind of for kind of a branch. That's great. Thanks.
Yes.
You told me to.
I opened up the whole page yesterday. Yeah. I will. Yeah, because you're already closed out. Your password for this one? Yeah.
Are you talking about for the website or the Wi-Fi? Oh, that's, sorry. And I will share the Google Doc of this slide session afterwards as well, because I'm going to be sharing a whole list of reports that I generated while from your guys' responses to the doodle poll we put out, or SurveyMonkey, I mean. There were a list of, I asked who was coming and if there were reports that people could use. And I got a bunch of good ones, and what I expected, which was good, that there were also ones that were kind of similar around the same theme. So I think we can kind of do a two birds with one stone type thing on a few of these. All right. Everybody's in. Is everyone able to either work with someone who has access to the Evergreen staff client or has it themselves? Oh, you can.
Can you log on to Evergreen with your computer?
I'm assuming I'm there. But I
See
may
it
not
on
be.
your screen up.
I may not be. I'm just at the reports page.
Well, you're not there.
Okay. So, yeah.
Can you log on to Evergreen? So I can check out a book for somebody?
I imagine not. I don't know. So where would I go, members?
Yeah. You've got the Evergreen.
Yeah.
She can do.
So the last day was. I'm telling you, stay there. Yeah, because it's in.
It'll run the installer.
Okay.
And then just make sure to log in. You'll have to register a workstation, so just make sure it's set to your library.
Right. Yeah.
So it'll be like the.
This is my.
Okay.
I got it. I had to click on the phrase down below. And I never got to there. I know where it's at. Right off of Main Street. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Right over.
Okay. So for this one,
Yeah, right. Right.
make sure that
Yeah,
you're
there's
on
a yeah, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you've got the access to the handouts, that's all you really need. The staff client is the one we'll be doing most of the work. As long as the staff client So all you really need on your computer right now is the ability to get into the staff client and log in as a user that has report privileges and the handouts. So you don't need to go to that SageLib Reports website if you can grab the printouts over there. Okay?
Are those printouts online?
Correct. Yeah. And afterwards, I will be putting up the slides as well in a PDF format, because also on these slides I have embedded videos that kind of detail the process of setting up things for people that may not be here right now. That will actually, let's see.
Is there a host name?
Is there a host name? The host name is catalog.sage.eou.edu.
Oh, no, I don't. Oh, I need
Okay, and if you're in Go2Meeting right now, I'm putting in a link to see the slides I'm looking at right now. So you'll be able to follow along and also click with the YouTube videos that are on there as well. And this will be up after the session too. And there's someone looking, and another person, and another person.
And this is on the reports training session, so.
Yes, I'll put it on that main calendar entry, but then I'll just put it on that sagelab.org/reports, just so it's easier to get to for people. And if you are following along on Go2Meeting, try not to jump ahead too much. There are 50 or so slides, but
They'll be up there on the page screen.
yes, yeah, I'm gonna click present now and just kind of start. Hopefully, I can hide some of this. All right, so who here has actually used or run reports before? Just kind of show of hands. All right, kind of. All right, has anyone tried to create their own report before?
Tried.
Tried? Okay, that's good. That's why everyone's here, I hope, yeah. Okay, but for those who have run reports before, have you generally been using a specific set of reports, or where do you usually go for running your reports? Call Beth. Okay, that's a good option.
She got tired of.
I use the reading reports that are already set up.
Okay.
The circulation reports that are already set up too.
Okay, that's what I was kind of getting, and I looked at, if you look at that first handout page, where, I don't know why I did this, but it says handout 00. These were the kind of types of reports I was hearing from the emails when I asked on the email listserv, and also I work at Hood River, so I got the opportunity to bug staff there as well, including Buzzy Nielsen, the director. And so for the reports, I broke it down into kind of three main categories that I feel most people run reports for. That's to find out information about patrons, circulation, kind of transit, basically where items are and who has them, and inventory, what the library itself has, which is kind of what most people I find the bulk of reports are trying to find out is inventory reports for the purpose, like Michelle said, of weeding or just kind of taking stock of what is in each section. And so for Buzzy, you can kind of look at these lists that he had as well. Monthly circulations by shelving location, monthly number of cards being used. These are all reports Buzzy has in his folder that I'll ask him to share as well. Yeah, but I think by far the most popular report I've run or modified for people is that one you'll see listed under inventory facing, which is the exact name. Brief shelf list by circulating library and shelving locations. Excludes deleted reports, includes status and author, which is a bit of a mouthful, admittedly. Yeah, what are some, for those who have looked around in the reports folders, what are some reports that you maybe do not see in this list, or some types of information that you're here and you'd like to find out? I just kind of, maybe a couple answers from people.
I need a report for people based on birth date to see how many kids under 5 we have.
Okay. All right. I'm already kind of thinking about that. All right, birth date. Any others? It's a patron-facing one.
I mentioned to you I was interested in having some sort of either publication or copyright date attached to some of like this inventory facing type.
Okay. So like Michelle just mentioned there, to kind of build off the inventory report and modify that to include more fields of information, such as publisher and copyright date and things like that.
Could we do a report in patrons that would be the people living outside my district?
Yeah, and to think about that as kind of like, well, I'll go through in the next few pages is what you want to think about when you're building a report is how you're going to structure that. And so the main thing I would think there is what criteria are you going to use for the filter? Are you going to use zip code? Are you going to use a statistical category that may be set up for your patrons?
Yeah.
I know Hood River has one for,
Statistical category.
okay,
One per patron.
yeah, so you can do that as well. And Fuzzy has a report already built for that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and so the thing with Evergreen is the reports can be admittedly a little intimidating when you first look at them, and there's kind of this great power, great responsibility thing. There's so much you can do with it, almost an endless supply of questions you could ask, but Evergreen's very finicky about how you ask it that question. So, kind of moving on. So it sometimes can feel like that when you're running a report. I've definitely been there. I remember when Beth first had me kind of start as in my first role here with Sage, said to just kind of play with the reports interface and kind of get used to it. And I definitely had a few moments, and still do, where that's kind of my go-to face. But like Beth had me do, you won't break anything now. The reports are running a backup database server, so even in the unlikely event that you craft a report so deadly it destroys that, you won't disrupt the normal circulation and otherwise activities for yourself or other Evergreen libraries that are just checking out books. So even though it can be intimidating, just don't worry. You guys you'll get it and you'll be report masters after this. So this is the first session, kind of the more kind of getting into it. For what do you need to know when you run reports? Where can you find those templates that you want to run? You want to automate a report, so maybe you have, like if you've seen Buzzy's list, he has monthly circulation. That's something that he could set to run at the first of every month. And so he can set it once and then just check his email box every month at the beginning, and it'll be delivered to him then. So that's an important thing to remember to do or figure out how to do. And then we'll talk about running a set template report, which is those pre-existing reports. So we're not diving into kind of tinkering with the back and making it do what we want just yet. And then at the very end there, I'm going to kind of touch on what it actually looks like when you're querying Evergreen for this information. And the reason I do that is because it'll make more sense to you when you're crafting reports, why things look the way they do, why these connections maybe that you think will work won't work, and it's got to do basically with the way the database is designed and these tables that hold all the information are set up. So this is kind of what we're going to be going over. So like I asked when we first started, what do you actually want to know? It's an easier question to ask than answer, obviously, but I find a lot of times when I'm running a report for someone, maybe I have to ask the question of myself a few different ways. Like we're talking about filtering a report. Do you want to filter that on zip code, or do you want to filter it on StatCats to figure out where someone is? So kind of when you're thinking, allow yourself to be able to change how you're going at it, because those two reports could have different information in them, but depending on what you want, they could be both what you want. And the other thing to think about besides the main question is, do you want counts of something? Do you want lists? Where is the main source of this information? So kind of what I was showing on that first handout. Is it inventory? Do you want patron information? These all color where we'll build the reports and what source we'll choose, which kind of touches on the second session, but we'll definitely talk about that here. So where will I be getting this information? Do I want counts? That's a big thing. All right, starting at square one here. Does your login allow it? Does everyone here have been able to confirm that their login is able to run reports?
I think it does, but how do I confirm?
You would actually just try to run a report.
So go like to report,
You would go to
templates.
reports, templates, and as long as you can even just go through that process, we haven't limited it too much. So basically for the most part, barring anything that I don't know about, if you have a staff account, you should be able to run reports.
We'll see what happens.
And then the second thing is setting up personal report folders, which are login specific. So if you're running your reports off, the Hermiston Circ account, keep in mind that those are reports that everyone who uses that login will see and have access to as well. So if you do have if you have an individual login for Evergreen, I'd recommend using that to run your reports, just for the purpose of maybe not cluttering up a main login that is shared by multiple people.
If we do not, is there a way to activate it, or to just go through this and do it later?
If you have a secondary login you want to do this for?
To be able to run reports.
Yeah, you will.
I have like 3 different logins. That's
Her
what
login's not
Okay.
letting her right now.
Oh, your login's not letting
I
you.
don't think so.
Okay. Well, can you even try it? Evergreen?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can move it too if you want. So if you want to,
Oh, yes.
it looks like you don't.
Oh, you have to put it at it.
So I definitely know it.
All right. Just take a hot second here. All right. Just a moment, people on Go2Meeting. All right. And to check with your reports, you do need these set of permissions as well. So if you could just kind of look at this, I set her up. We should be good. I guess maybe now if you could just kind of look on Michelle's. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I just don't want to stop this
Sure,
too much.
no, yeah, absolutely.
So those are the permissions you'll need. They might come up in an error screen if you try to run them, or you might get what she got was just a blank screen. And so to get to the reports, you'll log into that. When you go to the main screen of Evergreen, when you first log in, you'll see this kind of pie chart that says reports. And you can click on that. And then up here in the right section, if you have never run reports before, those folders under My Folders will look like empty files. So has anyone logged in and seen, instead of these yellow folders, these white folders? Or white files?
Mine are yellow, but then I click the arrow, the white ones are underneath.
Okay.
They're folders, and then I open them, there's white files underneath, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Ones from last year.
That's what, yeah. It's supposed to look like.
Cool.
Okay, just kind of walk around and check
So there's template ones.
the template ones. Click on that.
You done your work?
On that. I would call this first.
Right.
And it's all on one building.
So what that means when you see those white files is that you need to create a folder there. And so I have.
I already have folders.
Yeah, I think maybe help her get that work folder set up. It looks like it's not.
Yeah, the first time we went out for funding. We went out. For a lot of,
So what I'm going to do right now is just grant an amnesty report, or sorry, for everyone, and so everyone will be able to run reports for the moment.
I get so confused about what actual permissions I actually have.
Yeah,
The other day when I emailed you, I was like, what can I borrow this picture?
there are over 500 permissions.
I just want to. They're my phone, so that's pretty much.
Before that, I was in Portland, and before that, I grew up over in Portland. And then, I was in Portland. My dad and my stepmom was like,
And make sure you have an internet connection too, because that can also hamper something. And that could be also, could be that you're not able to create your own call report. You might just be able to run the share
I used to hope it would go away, like,
you can see in there.
part of our full year.
We'll get set up that second section.
Like, we're not gonna do that. We're running.
So yeah, if you're not able to see that top folder that says templates under my folders, that could just be that you don't have the crafting permissions to make your own report. And if you want to see the setup, this is the link for that, which is also, if you go to the SageLib-help, there will be a link to the Sage YouTube account, which also has these videos posted there.
And that's under help?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. So, and this is kind of where we're going for the main part of this session, is where to find the templates. And when you're in that report screen, underneath My Folders, you'll see one that says Templates, which is the main kind of meat of it. And underneath that, you'll see Admin. In this case, this is my account, so I think Super Grover's Heidi. And then HRC Admin, which is Buzzy. But for you, if you're looking at the shared folder, you should see one that also says B Mills, which is my report folder that I try to put reports that I think are, that I've crafted for other libraries that have been useful or come out. And some of them can be pretty intense, but for the most part, they're pretty good. And I'm
ESI admin, is that you also?
ESI Admin is our support contract company, Equinox.
Okay.
So that's their kind of reports that they run.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do right now is I have reports that I made for this lesson. So in that, if you go into the shared folders, open up templates and go into B Mills, you should see one that says reports training session. You might have to
Under
refresh.
shared page.
Under B Mill,
Yeah.
there's passport patron status and shared sage.
I see it up in my folder.
I'm not seeing it shared either.
So you might have to reload the screen there or log out and back in. Yeah, so if you're not seeing the folder, just log out and log back in real quick. Oh yeah, click on that share.
Under B Mill.
There should. Yeah, there it is. And so yeah, if you don't see the folder, click on the reload button and then go back into templates, emails, shared. And these are the ones that I've just created from all the answers I got from those polls.
What was the, we don't, we read it, and I logged out and logged back in, and so. Oh,
There you
you're pushing on the folder, right?
Yeah, so if you do see a folder, you have to click on that kind of, it'll look like a gray arrow to turn into a green arrow to expand the directory, and then you should see it in there. But that's, I just wanted to let you know that's where all the reports are that I was asked questions of, and I tried to the best of my knowledge to build them for what you guys would like. So that's where those shared folders are. Everyone can run them. As long as you're actually seeing that folder and it's yellow and you can look at it, you'll be able to run it, and that should work out for you. All right, so that's where those report templates live. And so for automating reports, when you're setting up a report, so if everyone can just kind of go to that main report screen that has different folders. And just open, yeah. Or actually for this one, just go to shared folders, templates, B Mills, and just try to run, click on, maybe I can do this for a second. So, test server. So if we click on this reports folder, we will go down to shared templates, expand that, and you'll see B-mills in here, which since I'm on my login is up here. Shared reports training session. And you might not be able to see it here, but this one right here just says checkouts by shelving location monthly. And so when you're running a report, you will click on that checkbox and just select the default create a new report from the selected template. And so make sure to not click a whole bunch, only have one. You don't want a bunch of tabs sprouting up. So you just hit submit. And this is the meat of the report kind of screen when you're running a template. Right here you can kind of see all the fields in red are ones that are required to run the report. I would actually go ahead and say write a description as well. That'll pop up when you click on the link that is delivered to your email. And it's good to just kind of let yourself know, information about what you were running, maybe when you were running it. So I always try to put something there. So like for example, this report does the checkouts by shelving location monthly. So I got a request to have a report that showed the month, shelving location, and the counts of circulation. So for example, how many items circed from DVD in the month of May? That's what that report would answer for you. And so for this one, you would have to put in a report name. I'll call this one test report. And the description, this is a test report. Surprise. And you'll see these columns right here, pivot labels. Do not do anything with pivot labels or pivot data. That's getting into something called aggregate filters, and we're not going to worry about that. If you want to talk about pivot labels, you can ask me and we'll have a real fun, nerdy conversation about it. But I'm willing to do that. That would be fun for me, kind of. So the secondary, after we put in the name and the description, we have to select a folder to store the definition of the report, which is kind of what we send to Evergreen to spit out our information. Mm-hmm.
That screen is just a little bit too out of focus for me to be able to read what folder you're actually in.
Yeah.
It's templates and then
so this is my login, so it'll look different. But you'll go to shared folders, and under admin, I think admin, there should be one that says B-mills, and you'll expand that.
So it's under admin and then...
Or just templates, B-mills.
It's under templates and B-mills.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. You see it?
Yeah, and then share and save.
Yeah, shared save. It's 2 underscores before shared. So what this selected folder here is this reports folder, and I'll show you how I have it set up. And this is kind of what I recommend for most people when I'm teaching them reports, is to have a template folder that you call, maybe, I mean mine's a little different, but have something called like maybe HRC circulations, HRC patron information, HRC inventory. Just kind of name your folders for the type of reports that you're going to be filling them in. And then I always do one also called test, which is probably the biggest one of all my folders because...
How do you make a new name?
A new name?
For a folder.
You will click on the templates, and then you'll see create a new subfolder folder type. And so for like example, I could write, this is is test. For most of you, you won't. I don't think you'll be able to share, but if you can, sharing, just do not share.
So now that I went there, do I have to go back to the other one to open it back up?
Yeah. But so that's how you would create. Create a folder, which we can see right here. I don't want that, so I will go to Manage Folder and delete this. But for the most part, people won't be deleting folders after you set them up. So I would just kind of, in your template folder, call them, like I was saying, HRC Circ, HRC Cataloging, HRC Test. But that's just a guideline. If you have a better way of doing it, that's also good. I just would recommend putting a test folder in there too. So I will go back where I was, go back to create a new report. So this is where I was. So these folders we're looking at, Brent Run and Brent Test. So those are, yep, it works. I'm not sure yet. Yes, it works. I'm not sure yet. And so for right now, I don't know if this report will work. So I'm going to put it in the test folder. And then the next, these are when we create a report. These right here are known as our base filters. So this is what we're limiting the output by. Because if we didn't have these right here, we would get way more information. You get every shelving location, every count for everything in Sage, all the months. It would not do you any good, so you have to filter those down. And you have two options when you're using something in a date format, which is real date, where you can use this calendar widget to select the date that you want, or since I did a transform to year and month, I can also go by relative date, which is kind of from now. So 1 month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. For reports that are recurring and we automate, I usually will do relative date and set that to maybe 1 month ago if I want to have a report run every month. But for right now, let's do, all right. I have that set. Put 1 month ago. Make sure it's in there by clicking Add. Circulating library. Hood River sounds good. And then shelving location. So I want to know all the circulations for, let's try adult audiobooks. And so you have to have all these fields filled in, or Evergreen will bark at you that you need to have a value there. Next up are output options. And so the ones I've highlighted for everyone by default are Excel and HTML. HTML is good for, I always have that checked if I want a quick look at my report before opening up Excel to see if it actually has any information in it or has data. I find that a quick check, so I like to leave that as well. You can do bar charts or line charts as well, but for the most part, Excel and HTML output are the preferred output formats. And like I said, this is a monthly report, and we have set to run 1 month ago. So if I wanted to automate it like we had on the slides, I would click on recurring, recurrence interval, which we can do that 1 month, and we can set it to run either right now, so that'll run every month from this day. So, you know, at 10:49 a.m. on February, you know, March, I think is the next month, March 29th. So that will then generate then. or you can have it set up to run on a specific date, which you can have set to maybe.
So is there a magic way to make that add box appear underneath your circulation shelving location? Because mine doesn't look like that.
Oh yeah, if you're on a different login, I'm only doing, since I'm logged in, you see here is.
Right, but underneath each one of those, you have the box where you highlight what you want, and you hit add, and it shows you that little window box. Mine doesn't do that on this one, and I'm. See, this
It
one
depends
here.
on how the report template was set up initially.
Okay.
So.
Aren't we already using this template? I thought
I think you should be.
Yeah, I mean, is there some magic?
Are you on that template? I was just. You can scroll up. No, you're in a different report.
Okay, but how do I add that? Does it matter?
Yeah, you
As
see.
long as it's highlighted, I'm okay?
Yeah, as long as you're highlighted, yours is equals instead of in list.
Got it.
So that's why it's
Okay.
not. And she wrote a good point there too. The reason you see these selections here is because when I created the report, I chose in list as the operator, which we'll go over in a second. But so we have all these highlighted and added. Excel.
Choose a folder again.
Yes, and the last folder we'll choose is our output folder, which I named the same as my reports folder. So I try to keep the same naming structure for all three tiers. So you'll see that it's Brent Run and Brent Test as well. And for this one, I'm just going to run right away, not recurring. And so then we'll just do save report. And get an action succeeded. Now, where do you think, I just ran that report, where?
I sent mine in my email.
Okay, so you can put your email in then, and you'll get an email alert about it.
Search, I guess, and find it.
Yeah, where would I go to find the information where my report is?
I'm going to go report. Search, that's what told me I wanted it.
My folder's output, Brent.
Yep. So like Michelle said, you'll go to My Folders and Output, expand that. And I ran mine in Brent Test, if you remember. And you can see a few here that say pending. If you see your report in there, it just means that it hasn't run yet, or it's still running and has not finished. An example is you can see these are some automated reports that run for Hood River. You can see that the runtime is set, what is today? In the future. That says 3:05. So that's not yet. So they're still waiting. Oh, but there's my test report. So we will click on select. If it doesn't show anything.
Well, I see my report, and I clicked it, view report output.
So I'm going to click on that. And this, for the most part, right now I'm just going off, but we're not kind of getting into the meat of running it yet. I'm just kind of giving an overview. But so we'll do this too. So we'll click on that. Make sure it's highlighted. View report output. The only two options in the screen that I ever really use are view report output and delete report output. That's what that actually says, delete selected output. I do that when maybe I've run, I can run tons and tons of reports and it gets to look crazy in that folder area. So it's recommended, and I would actually highly recommend just kind of purging as it gets to a point where you feel uncomfortable about it. And you can also show all of your reports if you have more than 10, which is the default. So I will select that test, view report output, and you can't really read that, but it says this is a test report where your description would go. Tabular output is our HTML output, and Excel is where we can download the Excel. So I always do the tabular because within Evergreen I can do a quick look. So I'll click that. And there it says month 2016-01, adult audiobooks. There were 311 circulations. So I'm like, okay, good. There's actual information there for me.
Mine didn't put any information in mine.
So that
Does
could
that mean nothing circulated?
It could be if you selected for that specific shelving location. Yeah.
Okay.
For the most part, you should see something there, at least if you're looking at this report in that shared folder. Okay, so that was kind of the quick and dirty of running a template report. Oops, sorry. So we'll click on that box, choose a recurrence interval like we said. Always, I mean, even if you're not going to set a recurring report, I will always just have it emailed to me, which in the next step is to set up an email filter, which this isn't necessarily an Evergreen thing, but I try to set up an email filter so that all my reports, when they're sent to my email, go to one specific folder, which is helpful when you're trying to hunt down something that you ran a while ago that you want to check. And it also keeps your inbox clean. And so that's the those are the filters you'll want to look at. The subject will always have that. If you run a report that doesn't work, it'll just tell you very succinctly that it failed. And the sender will always be evergreen@eou.edu. And if anyone after the session wants help setting up a filter for whatever their email program or client is, I'd be happy to help you with that as well. All right, and so we already kind of did this, but I'm going to kind of give the overview for people on Go2Meeting of running a preset report template. So let's look at an existing one. And this is one that's not in my shared folder. This is one that everyone could see beforehand. So if everyone could go back to back to reports. Click on that. So we'll all see the same shared one. I'm going to dig around in Beth's folder. So we'll go to admin, open that up, patron data is right there, and it's very top one. So this is the report I'm going to be looking at right now, which is called Count of Patrons by Home Library. And its description is rather self-evident. So just, I won't have the screen up, but I'd like everyone to kind of just be here to follow along. So let's check that out. So yeah, to kind of run, and this will be good to look over if after the session you're kind of, maybe I glazed over something or it went a little too quickly. This is how the path for getting to that report. Make sure to create it right there. And also, there's a YouTube video on that link, which is in the Go2Meeting, which shows me running this report, which is called Running a Preset Report Template. This is all on the Sage YouTube channel, which is available when you log in as a staff member to sagelib.org. Go to sagelib.org/help. In the right bar, you'll see one that says Sage YouTube. Okay, and so just kind of for the group, this is going to display the home library, the permission group, which is if they're a full privileges patron, if they're a student, if they're even a staff member. There's a lot of permission groups we have in Sage now, as well as the number of patrons. And the base filters were what we were looking at earlier. Just pull it myself. So for example, can you tell me what the base filters are in this report? Or what it looks like on the screen when you're seeing it?
Tell us, Brent.
Heard somebody. So for this one, just bring it up real quick. The base filters are right here. So that is the home library. Just kind of keep in mind, look at all the information we have presented here. ILS user, home library, organizational unit ID. That's kind of the path for how I got to the selection, and INLEST as well. Just keep in mind, remember to look at that stuff. That's important. So with this report, what else could be useful to have in a report like this? Do you think this is pretty good as is, or are there any other information pieces that could be added to it? Okay. What are some you could think of?
What are some, if you're going to be counting patrons, you could look at who has unpaid fines,
Mm-hmm.
who has holds, who has overdues,
Mm-hmm.
et cetera, et cetera.
It
Yeah.
seems like too much for that one report.
So that, what he described might be, those would be reports, but they would be separated reports.
And to be easier.
Yeah. And you can get a little swamped, kind of, we're going back to that first point, make sure you know kind of succinctly what you want from the report.
So if this is a count of my patrons at home library, so if I choose just one branch of my district,
Mm-hmm.
I would maybe want it broken out by age.
Yeah. So how would you break it out by age? Is there some information?
There's youth and adult versus adult, or there's birth date.
Yeah, birth date's a good way to look at that. There are, making sure that when patrons are entered, I know there are some patrons that have irregular birth dates or ones that are not correct, but
Irregular birth date.
1901 and things like
Or mine's not in there.
8, yeah. So it's not a required field when you're registering a patron, but it is obviously highly recommended. Yeah, so their birth date was one. David mentioned circulations and overdues and fines related to the patron.
Maybe when they, can you say when they initially got their library card?
Yeah.
What year?
Yeah, that would be when the card was issued, or
Yeah. Date of issue?
Date of issue, that would be something you could look at called create date.
Okay.
So there's something to keep in mind there. Oh, wrong. All right, so if we're all in this report, this count of patrons by home library. So I guess let's run this for your library that you're at. Let's give it a name, give it a description. As I kind of said, ignore those pivot options right now. Make sure your report folder is set. Do you want anything different than HTML or Excel? Probably not. And choose the run as soon as possible option. Yeah. Choose the output folder and then just kind of save report, which is the same as running it. So I'm just going to kind of walk around and see what people are.
Okay. And then, yeah, for report definition, you
So I got here and I clicked it. Oh, no, I want to do this one.
Okay. So for this, I would refresh it because it looks like you have it
In two places.
in. Yeah, so just click that. Click on test one more time.
So this was probably the first one I did, and this is the second one I did. Because I named them both pets. But they're both at the same time. Anyway, so I click that and then I say this is do
Submit,
report.
correct.
Okay, cool.
Oh, is the internet?
I'm wondering if there's one.
So it broke them down into all my permission groups without me asking.
Mhm.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Henry.
Yeah. How do I do with that?
Go to, where did you put it in your notebook? So click on that. And now it's my folder. Did you make a notebook folder? Click that. Then click on the little box to the left of it and say submit.
There you go.
And then I chose tabular output and it popped it up.
Information. I always like seeing stuff on the page when you don't.
You have a bad day.
Yeah, I can partner with some of these here.
No, you can just bring us.
Just let your stuff trend. Did you see that?
Hey, I got a question for you. What's this mean when it says they're cat 2 and cat 3? Oh, okay. There, we have 3 different tiers of cataloging. Okay. And so someone on board has cat 2. I'm 2 and then 3. Cat 2 is more privileges than cat 3. Cat 3 is just item level. So that's so Boardman, Boardmaster. Yeah. Hey, and why do we have someone that's changed? You know, we created that patron group so that there was a place to patron. Sorry. Yes, okay. We got it. If I wanted to run a report to figure out how to weed out the whole loss of, what application for that. I do that on activities. You know, because they're vouchers that have to expire. And then you have to fill out your well, I was on that or.
That's to be sure.
Okay. I'll do that.
The internet. Too many people.
I can give her personal. Did yours bring up AT&T? It won't come up on mine, but I have a little black hotspot thing here, so I want to try it.
All right. So I guess just with the output that I saw that everyone got at least something out of it. Is the output what you were expecting to see from that report? From what?
I got a lot. Mine listed all the different ways that you can come apart.
Those are those different ways.
Permission groups.
Yeah. So the permission groups are what you'll see listed as full privileges.
So
users,
from there, I can
patrons.
see another report I need to create.
Yeah. So you've already got a good base
So that is
set right there.
Hey, Brent, can I mention a couple things
Yeah.
here? So folks, a couple things that I've noticed in working with the reports that might help you. One is that when there's a report cover of like a period of time, definitely helps to put in to go back, right? So like, or not to go back, sorry. So if you want a report for the last, let's say the last 3 months, and so when it has, there's 2 spaces for the dates, then the order is 3 months ago to now. If you try to run the report for now in the first space for the date and then have it go backwards, it doesn't like to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one thing. When you have 2 dates, put in the older date first up to the newer date.
And within Evergreen, I kind of mentioned before with the date filters, which we don't have here. But if you have an option for a date filter, I choose the calendar if I want to make sure that the dates are exact.
Yeah, you can, it'll show you a little calendar of the month.
Yeah.
And the other thing is on that right there, I don't know if anybody has noticed this or not, but if you're having trouble figuring out what the library acronyms are for, that is the same list in the same order as when you go into holdings maintenance for a record.
Yeah, what you're seeing right here, when you select the ID for the library, these are called short names in Evergreen's database. It's kind of what it gives you as an acronym for your specific library. So we can kind of start at the top and see SAGE is 1. BCL DIST, that's the system under which Baker has all of its branches. And then it just goes further down from there.
So when I ran the report the first time, I used the HR DIST, and I didn't get any data.
Thank you, yeah. So Michelle just noticed something there as well. If you run this report, you have the option to select all of these libraries or one or none, which won't give you a report output obviously, but you see kind of in the tree here, as I mentioned, you have SAGE at the top and then another indentation for Baker. When you see SAGE and BCL DIST, these are organizations that do not have users attached to them. They are only there for organizational structure means. So if you wanted
select all of the branches in Hood River to make
if you're in a branched system and you wanted to see, I mean Baker's right here, but if you wanted to see all of the patrons for Baker, I would not choose BCL DIST. I would highlight and select all of the branches, because no one belongs to BCL DIST because no one's a member of the whole system. They are members of the individual branches. So you'll want to choose that if you're in a branched system. So if you run the report and select SAGE, you won't get everyone in SAGE. You'll probably just get Beth. I think you're kind of SAGE, whoever Beth is. All right. So that was relatively painless. That was a pretty easy report to kind of, cut your teeth on. And everyone here ran it. It looked like everyone got some output. Hopefully you sent it to your email too, so you can have a look at it as well. For the most part, at least in reports like that where they're count of patrons, you should predominantly see full privileges as the main permission group, which is good. That's the one that I think, for the most part, everyone that doesn't have a special case should be. You might see additional entries like Cat 1, Cat 2. Those are the new cataloging tiers that we have set up for people as they progress through.
But does that overlap, for example, with the staff and faculty?
With the staff and faculty?
Like you've got like 4, 8, 11 between
no,
Cat 1.
It does not overlap. So, if you're in staff, you're in a different section than Cat 1. because there is, I can show you,
Okay. So
right.
my personal account is probably under staff and faculty, but my cataloging account is under the Cat 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah. And so like we had this list of libraries here. If we look at, I'll just pull this up, show you what it actually looks like. It's not, so that's the actual tree. You can kind of see how all those discs hold it. And then there's the branches. These are the ones you want. You don't want any of these. And then those permission groups that we were looking at. Get that in a second. So this is a similar structure to that tree we were looking at with the libraries, where users is the mega group. That's everyone belongs to it. You don't have a choice. Hopefully no one is being selected as a user because you'll have strange permissions and strange checkout times. Global administrator, which is Beth. SIP, that's a permission group for those things like 3M checkouts and library to go, things like that. And then we mentioned here, so there's also patron, which no one should be under. Everyone should be under that full privileges. You can kind of see there's a lot of options. So staff and faculty is actually under patron. And if you're under staff, that's where the catalogers, circulators, serials, all those people live. So if you have a normal account that you're checking out books for yourself, you're under patron for the real part. Okay. So, well, good job everyone at running your first report. All right. So now we're going to run our own preset template. So this is, instead of we had that one that we were looking at, count of patrons, I'd like you to kind of join up with another person at your table, or you can even do it in a group of 3, as long as you're just with somebody else, or you're feeling really good at reports and you want to do it on your own. So if you could just join up with another person and look at that shared list.
The one for the training?
Yeah, the shared list under the training. So if you'll go to
Reports training session?
Yeah, I'll bring it up. If you go into the reports one that says reports training session Sage. So that's under BMills shared reports training session. Or, you know what, you can feel free to go wild and just poke around those directories and see if there's something also. I just kind of want you guys to run a report that you haven't run before, and we'll have a look at it afterwards to see where people didn't get what they wanted and what they did.
We go keep getting an error when you select your report and then it says please select the report.
Okay.
I had that too.
Yeah.
All right.
There's 2 spots, and actually I have a question regarding that. There's 2 spots where you're supposed to put in report, and I think you check.
You need.
Right. Yeah. I did. You gotta be super right on. Okay. So what is this?
This is you expanded all these reports in the output.
So what does this do? Because it doesn't seem to change anything, it doesn't seem to matter which one I click on.
Yeah, for the most part, I wouldn't worry about it. We're not at the point where we're like rearranging a report. I usually just put it on my test report. That's why I have those too. Even for the most part, just put in anyone. I just try to make it match the best one you can for the type of report it is. Like,
I was just asking what they were.
Yeah, they're basically, they hold the report.
Cleanup.
Yeah, hold the report if you want to. So that you can actually blow away that folder. But if you do blow away that folder, those automated reports you make will not be able to.
Well, I don't think we have any automated reports right now.
Yeah.
So, So, but does this bring something up on your screen? I mean, does it change something in the report that you're running?
This is just kind of, think of this as a placeholder while everything's doing this.
Oh,
So
okay.
just for the most part, don't worry about that too much.
Okay.
It's good to kind of organize it if you can, but for right now, you can probably just.
And do they, I mean, obviously it doesn't save the thing, so it's
It
just.
saves the definition.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You highlight it.
That is a.
Okay, so you can run the same one again.
Yeah. Or you can do it.
Yeah, I was around for 3 months. Okay.
Because I know that I've tried to use them before and you always want to get them off.
The cloned ones go under instead of reports, they will go under.
Oh. Okay.
When you clone one, it'll be here.
Okay, got it.
If you set it up, it depends on what report. Not always in my case.
So, I mean, that's where it's gonna go.
You would have to do that, run again, and change the date. Yeah, the edit that's. Yeah, I don't use that. Yeah, it's a little more complicated. It's a little faster than just running. So for these, for the most part,
I reached much farther than 90 days ago.
yeah. You choose.
Yeah,
right.
Select them all. So maybe start it at. You run one of the guys.
Yeah.
If that would
That's something.
But I hate that still shows up in the calendar, and I have to make more extra.
I'm gonna put in how many records for items.
Were you the one that submitted the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is don't have subject.
Yeah.
But it's forcing me to say how many records created. Start date, yeah, I don't care about that, I want to know how many bodies are live. Now,
Okay.
it's curious. How, you know,
Yeah. I mean,
or, well, you couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Outside of your search, or outside. Or
Yeah, ours, we
So, I don't.
yeah, if you were, I'm assuming you're the one who answered the last one. Yeah, I tried to generate one as best I could off that without asking them.
Sure.
But for something like that.
Sometimes. One, two, one that has.
All of it. Yeah, my login.
Somehow we didn't understand that.
or maybe we didn't even need it, maybe it was automatically. What did you think? Because that's what we just did.
Ones that you run.
Oh, wow. So that.
Oh, yeah, she, Michelle was
Again, these are ones that have the students.
Oh.
So these are ones that if you want to see just all the next 6 entries, you can get a subfield and it'll just show everything for that event.
Yeah, so if I wanted to return results where it falls.
Yeah, so for that, I would do, you would have to filter the mark field, subfield, and then just have for your data is null.
Oh.
Which means no value at all.
Oh, so don't enter the subfield.
Yeah. Yeah. We can go over that.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
For instance, the completion time is that after it's done pulling all the data, then it, they have to look at it, we tried to look at it.
Oh, did you,
I did the
click
whole,
on the output again?
yeah, that as well.
Oh, sorry, just that search.
That hurts remote bar back.
There you go.
Oh.
So it was thinking, and then it just, it had
Well, we figured we put them on.
I usually just go around and take it.
yeah, anything basically with inventory, and especially if you put mark information, you can just have it turn off.
And I just put it.
And see, like for that, you can already tell you're gonna get a large. It's chugging along right now.
The whole library.
Yeah. And so it is, yeah.
Oh, I thought it would be a.
It's a count by title. So what this one, I'm trying to think which one. This actually, this will tell you like, if you want to see, like, oh, this time never streamed. Why do I want that? And it was added in XYZ. So what you could do is then take this as an Excel file and maybe sort it by that total circulation.
So to get all the, we know who won.
If you want to maybe,
Turn to wonder if it's-
they were created, 2012, and circulated there. And you're like, oh, probably we that guy.
You know, you're always like, but it's, everything over.
I think with that,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
For the most part, I always like to do kind of a shot approach and then just to make sure I have all the information. And then if I can't figure out an efficient way to do it in the report, I will extract that. Because it's sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, just get the most and then.
Oh, okay.
Can I want to find out, I created this, so it should be in here. This next one.
So when you're creating, you ran it.
You ran it already.
So it would just be in your output.
Okay, so I want to change it. So I use the,
Yeah.
oh, so then you have to review.
Yeah.
I wonder, we should do it better.
I know, I
How do I save it into my template? I can't.
Right now, since you're running it, you're not modifying anything for the second part.
So I
You're not
want
going to
it,
save it.
can I break it out? Do I have to do it separate? If I want it broken out by each branch, do I have to do that as a separate? If I want to see like the Boardman branch, how many people are at that show for the Hemp branch?
Yes, for that I would, because there's a little weird thing with Evergreen. When you have this list you see, that is populating based on what you're logged in as. So these are the stack category types that happen. If you have maybe for Boardman, for Ion or something.
Okay, so when I do the residency, it shows everybody that, where they live, and does your grad district. How can I get it to show, you know, ones that are selected out of district?
Well, is there a stack time for that? Do you have a-
That's it. So yeah, what you can do, at least with this one without doing any new report, I would just run that and then go into Excel and take out
Okay.
the
Good.
extraneous
That's
stuff.
good advice.
Yeah, and also revenue report, but that's just a kind of.
Okay,
way.
I'll do that.
So I'm guessing if someone,
That's something worth mentioning.
Oh, yeah, I would,
Assume we know anything.
with this one, I would just use the exact same. For this one, this is the lost item one, because there's a lot of weird filters we had to use for this. So for this one, just use the real name, at least for right now.
And when you choose that, it's how far back you want it.
Yeah, items have been missing since that was in.
February.
Yeah. So like, for instance, if you put 228, these items have been missing since, like, you only get items that you can see.
Well, actually, that's because.
Oh, it's 2015, yeah, so you get your new item. And it'll tell you when you run the report.
And they're all,
When it emails it to you, it wants the password for you to activate.
Yeah, when you log in with that, it's the exact same information as the
Okay, thank you.
It's a trick.
So I also put in this, something about compartmental.
I think this is by.
Oh, no, oh, that's. Yeah, so that's, that was like, here's the date. I put in, a year ago, so I'm still getting the date.
Oh, those are basically like intended loss, from that time or before. So if you mark, you know.
I put in, March 1st, 2003.
Okay, so those are items that have been lost from March 1st or before.
But they,
Yeah, which should be reflected in this date.
okay.
Like if you wanted all of them, I would just select today. Yeah, loss is a little different because it's an automated thing. It happens by patrons, and it actually, you define loss by define stop time. It's not like a staff. What did that look like you were expecting?
I know, I have no idea.
And yeah, you can double check too, but I just kind of.
But I did, you know, I put in and I got part of
That could be because that's also by owning library.
Right, and then the
So-
river owned, here should own all.
Yeah, but the circulating could be different. Yes, so that makes sense.
Okay.
There's one on the side.
Yeah, so it's from that date. So like for, remember the date, but it'll be everything that goes off.
Oh, yeah. So that way how you.
Yeah, yeah, so if you selected, for example, today, it would be everything.
January 2012.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'll look into that. Okay.
Yeah. The main thing is all that is. I know these, where you go.
Say search only.
Yeah. I think it's not.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
We don't talk about it.
Okay. So you got,
We got there.
you got that? Okay.
I was able to filter it with Excel. It worked good. Perfectly fine.
All right. So everyone, I've already just, from hearing everyone and walking around, the main thing that came up, and it's also true with most of reports, is dates are the thing that kind of what you want to focus on the most. How you're limiting by date, how you're not limiting by date, what the range is. I'm seeing that come up a lot, and that's something that we'll touch on in section 2 when we talk about modifying a report. Yeah, so when the reports that people ran, did they generally, for the most part, get the information they were expecting? Anything out of left field or nothing that generated?
Oh my God, nothing.
Your one shelving?
Change it. No, it was for, I can't remember what I was looking for that first time. Magazines, they need magazine circulating. So
Okay.
maybe no magazine circulated at all. Wouldn't it come up with 0?
Or when it has no value, it means that there
no
wasn't
table.
yeah, there was no entry. And I can look at that too with you separately, be like, oh, maybe that was an old shelving location, or maybe they're under something else.
I'll look into it.
Now, when it looks at that, is it looking at the volume where for circulation data, correct?
It depends. Like for instance, with her, the shelving location, that looks at the item level information.
Right. So that's right, the item level.
Yeah. And that's kind of, you can kind of already see when you guys were running the preset reports, some of it looked kind of like, ooh, that looks a little weird the way it's phrased, and you can kind of see looking at, if I go to, I'm just kind of bringing up the screen, you'll see these lists right here where it says transform and action. And those are two things I'm going to talk about as well, because transform is what you do with that date entry in the database. So what, for example, I did here is I've taken the default entry and transformed it to be a more readable option, and so that you'll only see entries that say, for example, 2016-01. You can have that more granular and be just the original date filter, which will give you even the time if you want to be very exact. Right. And so, everyone's favorite part. Almost. I think we're almost there. Did I say 11:30? Okay.
That's okay. You can show us our favorite part.
So this won't take very long, and no one's running anything. So I'll power through this, but this is just kind of a background of what you're actually, when you're running those reports, it's giving you kind of a look, a sanitized look at what you're actually doing. And when you kind of know the back end, you can kind of know what is being generated. So, is anyone here familiar with SQL or SQL, or heard of it before?
Heard of it.
Heard of it? Maybe somewhere in a dark corner of library school?
Quite a long time ago,
A long time ago, yeah. So what SQL stands for is Standard Query Language, and for the most part, every database, I mean database, when you say that, means different things to different people. You know, when you talk about it in a library setting, it could mean Heritage Quest or, you know, the car repair catalog. When you talk about a database to a developer, a software person, you're talking about a SQL or SQL database. And this is basically a fancy, or a way of just holding text information. That's all it does. It piles it in a big set of tables and allows you to query those tables to figure out what you want. So, for example, this is the link. It's the last page of the handout. Under the appendix, I have the link to it. This is what our database scheme looks like. The schema is just a word for kind of the layout, how it's organized. So if you go to that link, you can see it. It's a big long list, and that's what you're actually looking at. So while you don't exactly have to know it, kind of helping you know how to run a query like this will understand what Evergreen's doing and why you might be getting the results you're getting. So for instance here, don't worry about those aggregate filters. You kind of saw those also with the pivot tables, and what you would do an aggregate filter for is if you wanted to have a report of, for example, items, you want to know items that have searched over 10 times and only display items that have searched 10 times and forget the other ones. So you can do a combination filter and include that, but right now let's not worry about aggregates. So the basic query is select from, and then this join, which is, for example, that count of users we did, we're going to join the user table with the library table to kind of get the information we want. And that's also in the handout, on handout 1. So when you do that, for example, that count of patrons by home library, think of that as select home library permission group, number of patrons from ILS user, which is that source. You can kind of see right there. Where the organizational unit ID, which is Evergreen code for the library. So if you want a list of anything that's a library, make sure it's that org unit ID, and then running it. That's not an exact query, but that's kind of, that select from where is how these are constructed. So these are actual tables in Evergreen. So when you're doing information, this is kind of where the core stuff is kept. Actor user is, remember when you register a patron and you see birth date and you see email, most of those fields are actor user. Circulations, anytime you want to know anything about a circulation event that's happened. Asset copy is for any item level information. Call number is one level above that. And then another level above that is that biblio record entry. And all these, which are called views. So just kind of giving you an information of what that looks like. And I'll show you actually, we'll run that report, but in the database. So these are, when you do that report and you're getting all this, it's actually pulling from all these separate locations which have their own specific types of entries, which can kind of give you interesting results sometimes or foul things up if you're not careful. So, for example, the bare bones query, select home OU as home library. If anyone's done SQL before, these are just me changing the name to be more readable, which is what you do in Evergreen when you alter the display name. It's doing this. So from actor user, that home OU, 211 is the entry code for Hood River. You'll notice whenever you type a search in the catalog in the website, you'll see, like for example, let's go to the catalog now. See that loc-g? That is the org unit ID. So number 1 is set to Sage, and say I want to look at Hood River, wherever that is. So many libraries. So Hood River, I think I've done this query before for cats. And then we'll look up here. You can't really see it because it's fuzzy, but you'll see that that loc-g is turned at 211, and that is the code for Hood River. So when that's what I'm doing when I do that right there. And And then that's what it really looks like. It can get pretty intense, but that's what makes the reports a little more readable. So, I mean, for the most part, if I can help it, I try to run them in the back, but just because it's a little clearer and faster, but the reports interface is doing the same thing for you as this. Kind of a little more bigger picture there for you. So for example, you can kind of see if I run this for you real quick. In Windows. Never mind, I won't run it because I don't have a shell in Windows. But you can copy and paste this and you will get a list of the same thing that you did from the reports. But yeah, look at that, and that's that's what you're really doing. All these different tables in Evergreen that give you the information you want. You'll notice like shelving location even has its own owning library. So if you're constructing a report, you have to make sure that you're not choosing. Maybe you want to know who owns that shelving location. That's what you'll use. You'll get a different information if you use the owning library of the call number. Everything has all its things attached to it. Who owns what? There's Stat Cats off there in the corner. So for example, I just pulled up a record in Evergreen here. Midnight Sun, which is a pretty new one. Yeah, and you can kind of see I just pointed out, this is more for if you are interested, but this is where all these information pieces are stored in the back of the database if you're writing a query. And if anyone ever really wants to get into writing the SQL stuff, I think Beth and I have talked about it. We'd be more than happy to get you in there if you want to really dig deep and put your toes into reports. Yeah. All right, and so now we can kind of do a little break. Thanks for hanging in there with me on that. And yeah, feel free. I'll be here if you have any questions that you maybe didn't get answered or want to talk about before we jump into creating your own reports off the template.
If I say relative date is 60 years ago, do I have to add, since it says between relative date and relative date, but I have to list the date?
Relative date or relative date?
Maybe I don't. Maybe I need to do real date.
Yeah, real date is probably the best bet.
And when I look at the calendar, just look at this.
Oh, you just have it. Yeah, and if you're doing a date closure that has 2 dates like this, I always put the oldest date at the top.
Right, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah, oldest date.
How can I find out, I mean, obviously outside of the report, then if I do not have that permission, then
We're having an issue for a while.
I think I'm right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Try to get that in here. I don't know why you download your staff plan for
Just today, yeah, because I think we need to get everything there. The school was somebody to let me, so. When are we getting started here? Do you know 12:30 or?
I'll probably do a little after 12:15 or something.
Okay.
I mean, the timing was in it. Best guess. I didn't really know.
Sure.
Okay, well, what is it that you're trying to do?
Fine.
No.
Yeah, that's all I know.
Oh, yeah. As I said, you're not going to. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
And if anything,
Working and all, God, my face.
and it's in the next few set of slides, but if you do run something and it's taken over an hour, the report will be filled automatically.
I've heard around magazines are commissioned 3 different ways each time. I don't get any results. And I know we're checking them out.
Are you 100% confident that all of your magazines are labeled as magazines
In the shelving location?
Yeah, not just the shelving location, but also the circulated as ties and
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, if you could just pull up an item that has what you think is a magazine, I'll take a look and we'll see why. It might not be.
Might be catalog. Maybe that's what it is.
allow you to delete okay. 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 Well, it sounds to me like this is something you need to talk about better because it's permission issue. It sounds like you have a set of permissions for your individual log that is not the same as the permissions for the generic log that is on that.
Okay, here we go.
Which is
So,
interesting because I was under the
pick a
impression
magazine.
that you can start using individual logins and only
What do you
individual logins. There would not be a
You are part of branch
So that,
Oh,
that's.
No, so what that could mean is, remember how I kind of showed in that list where it had its own library? You could have what could be happening here, and then you'll have shelving locations of a different brand. That's happened a few times.
What are you saying?
So,
I'm a little confused.
So for example, are
I'm
any
looking
of
at
these?
all the boardman ones.
Okay. So these are all.
So should I look by the entire district?
I'm gonna do.
Oh, maybe I'm logged in wrong. Maybe I should log in as the entire district. Yeah, it says that I'm on as OTLD, Hefner OTLD. But I did boardman admin, so maybe my,
That list, when you saw the shelving location, that populates based on what your workstation is. So this is looking at all the, you'll get
so I need to re-log in for the different
Log
workstations.
out, quit everything.
yeah, you were looking for the
log back
magazines
in.
that were, those are Boardman you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those don't show
Yeah,
up.
okay, that's a question for that. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it sounds like it is the permission issue.
Log in.
but stuff like that should-
So here, what's wrong?
It doesn't have the ability to.
Oh, you,
For.
you're only set up to have the one. So we'll do something called the,
Basically, the big difference here is that cat 2 is allowed to use the So if
so-
Heather has.
Alright.
oh,
Which she does, and that's how you her login, she should be
where is
able
the desktop?
to access it
Good
from
question.
the computer. That has the staff log on it.
So this,
Okay,
let me put this dashboard.
so home maintenance is something that should be.
Profiles.
So now, the thing you have to understand here is that unless you are.
One's down here. Put a microphone down there.
Is this Windows 8?
Okay. So this Windows drive.
Crazy.
There you go. So right now, see this line, the default,
So.
it's going to be your Hefner one.
Okay.
So you want to do one for, say, Boardman, right? Or probably the other profile? Straight
Hefner
profile?
boardman.
So
Call this one your, your version.
Here again.
Holden
again,
Georgia
sorry.
place is gonna be in there and that way, you know.
Here again?
From there. The problem is that in Holden, unless you are logged in with level 1
And so, does your admin account have,
Holden.
do they have permissions to look at all the other branches? They do? Okay.
I do.
To edit or move items belonging to your line.
I think they're supposed to, that's what number one.
Okay.
You know, the other day I didn't borrow anybody.
Yeah, that was, oh, that was, yeah, that was you. So if you could, yeah, try logging into Steam.
This item belongs to the brand and everybody. Well, no, she does this yacht to be able to as
It won't fail you if it's long, but it should let you. So now,
because
select,
she has to log out, whoever is logged, and then log in on your station.
So if I want to do a report for the grants, I have to do this with her.
the only reason
Well,
you're
I don't
doing
know.
this
It
is because
doesn't,
you have that
it
drop
doesn't
down filter.
filter down.
And we have anything that has shelving location, it has
Right,
to be scaled
and
to your
it,
workstation. Shelving location is the only one that's worried about that. Because it needs to populate that, and the way it does that
then the
is
one that's at the same
Okay.
time.
set what your thing is set
It's not a situation where you have to log out of one and log in the other. So it's not that. It sounds like there is
There we go.
something going on with that.
And you want to do that.
But I can't think of what. It's, right.
You should bring Amber with you, Hood River, so I can visit with her.
Michelle, I wasn't out at the I came from Portland.
What were you guys talking about?
Amber, I said you should bring Amber with you.
But what were you and Amber talking about?
We went to school together.
Oh,
But,
No, I thought it was about it. We'll get it.
And can I go to the Evergreen branch or any branch?
If you're doing shelving location, just for the Irving branch. And,
So I'll need to add in Hector and Boardman to that.
yeah, and that, so we can just,
Brent,
yeah.
are we okay to leave the laptop stuff?
Oh, yeah, no one's gonna come. I'll be here. But I'm off for a couple.
If I broken down on laptops, I mean, I don't want it. They're gonna say, we feel so sorry for you.
And I'll log off, exit. We did your guns, and I want to do that same thing, the other branches.
Okay. Okay, I think I can remember out.
I don't remember.
So, create. Happy.
Yeah, anyone for Hector, anyone for Irving, anyone for Boardman. Is it default Boardman?
Default is Portland.
I don't think I did rename that.
Yeah, you, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So you gotta do that once, then you gotta do it again. Which one are we doing now? What is it called?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
could be when you list a card and then you look at the next ballot. And it's not like information on there. Or you just
Yes, if you choose.
There we go.
print?
Yeah, and that's the only, think about that for only the shelving locations where it's coming in that list. Because it's just gotta look at. And
I'm
it's
trying to
just-
see if our magazines are actually circulating.
Yeah, and that's since you are in the branch, you'll just have to do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then you asked us to be close today. These are the permissions you need to have. How do I see what permissions I have?
Yeah, good idea. Now you've got me a captive audience. Yeah.
Yeah, now that I'm keeping you from your lunch.
So you're on K Street.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great
And
place.
there's several of the things that would be.
Probably.
K Street, go to other.
Okay.
Let's see. User permission editor.
Uh-huh.
This is the whole laundry list of everything. So like for example, if you see you can't register a patron somewhere, and this is grayed out,
Mm-hmm.
I would have you check here. You should have, I think it's an update user.
Is it taking a while, or do I have no privileges?
Oh, and it's cat 2 right there.
Yeah, there's your.
No, cat two. That's it, that's my only permission.
For the Kathy Street block.
So boardman admin, I would search as a patron search with BRD, ADA, and.
Yeah. And you see, here's the whole list of permissions.
And I can't give it myself.
You can give yourself these,
Which ones?
but those are
Oh,
more
they're-
candidates. Yeah, I would have a look here, and if you see, like, for example, no check mark, like, hey, I should have that. I don't.
Yeah, it was really frustrating when I couldn't do something else.
Yes. Oh, yeah, especially.
I can do that.
Yeah, and if you
I have
tell
more permissions than you.
If you tell me right away.
Created a monster.
Yeah, that the error Rosie where it says you don't have this permission. You give me that exact wording, I can print it out real quick. It's back. Yeah.
Okay. Did we bring you back anything from Starbucks?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Dutch Bros too, they have one of those. Or Safeway.
All the options. Oh, you're gonna move it over.
And I got to show me.
It's a lot more.
Right.
Yeah. The, I mean, I really like to geek out on how that back is set up, but there's, I think the best thing to do is really that's what we're doing here. Just start something. And if you're like, why is it 0 this required 10 million? I can poke around myself and it's 5 to figure it out. I can see, I've got like a running thing in my console from my computer that lets me know if we're running for over 30 minutes, but the system set up automatically. It takes over an hour.
Tell you where
Which we probably got problems for that backup server at that point, but nobody in Evergreen except you is going to
One of those things I'll just do it some days, and then here's to me. He should be able to have it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have that appointment. So he said, text me, he would get it. He's just ready. Especially well, I need to see you know how you're dead, you're always sitting during the day. You have to always
Michelle, or
Yeah.
good think?
Because it's getting me to look at stuff I don't know where to look at.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I did think of another report I want, which would be, maybe you'll prefer in the afternoon, like how to do it, but I was thinking, somehow I want to look at search for a book or an item when it's in new, the new category, and then how many search to get that. At one point I wanted to make a point to people.
Oh, like after the designation was changed?
So what it would be like search from a certain amount of time, you know, or when it was in a certain shelving location. I don't know if you can do it that way. And
Oh, like a historical thing.
yeah, I don't know. I think I have a Nerf gun bullet in my lunchbox.
That happens. You get shot at on your way out the door. And just while everyone's, well, not everyone, while people are here, those videos that we saw are all
Okay,
same YouTube channel. They're all here. Because I'm going to go over kind of when I take that inventory report and I'm going to add some fields to it like you wanted. Actually, I'll do your report as the example.
Okay.
How I went about doing that.
Okay.
Kind of see what I want to, what I selected. Trying to get my popularity up. Yeah. Do you usually work on Mondays for sure?
I do. Yeah.
I suppose I think I did my hours for the slot.
Pardon?
The hours for the month.
Yeah.
I think I put them in there. You already asked for those, right?
I hate trying to predict what, you know, I'm gonna report, you know. Because then I have to keep track of like, okay, did I do that amount? Did I do more? Did I do less? And
Yeah. I was hoping, since we got a little, you know, started a little early, I was thinking about 12:10, 12:15.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So it's over.
It's getting there. Yeah. A couple more minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom or something. Yeah.
No, just I was trying to figure out where around here to find lunch or if I need to get my car. But that's all right, I've got more fruit.
I've got a couple of
That's all right. I mean, banana already and an apple now in addition to like a big breakfast. I'm not really hungry anyway. The other crop is now. So yeah, we're all set.
Yeah, feel free. Like, the ones I really like doing reports because they get pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think I have one library.
They're not supposed to do it.
Yeah.
But they really.
Oh, just so report on what.
It's like having a list of books that you get to pages.
Uh-huh.
What do we do? You watched the Academy Awards last night?
I was forced to watch part of it, yeah. Sarah was, I don't know, kind of like those events like the Academy Awards and the Super Bowl. I'm like, I didn't know you care about any of these things, but you really do.
I really care about the Academy Awards.
Yeah.
I don't care, and actually the Super Bowl too, but I don't care about the other awards. It's this one.
Yeah. What's his name who won the best supporting actor for Bridge of Spies? I thought that was one of my favorite parts of it.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
You know.
We're still in the middle of watching. Watch that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're unplugged, still gotta figure out where I can watch it now. Usually Hulu does because there are a lot of BBC stuff is on Hulu. So I'm hoping we can find it there when we get home today.
Has it been released in DVD now?
What?
Bridge of Spies.
No, I meant the.
Oh,
You meant the
Academy
Academy Awards?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Bridge of Spies, yes.
It is out, okay.
Wasn't available on Netflix probably until today or tomorrow or something.
Okay.
But, yeah, the Dallas has it.
Oh, nice. I think House of Cards is starting on the 4th.
There
Kinda
was
was
some ads
hoping.
last night,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they're like, show's kind of echoing.
Did you and Sarah see a lot of the show, I mean the movie?
Yeah, we watched
Wow.
a good chunk of them. Yeah, I watched The Revenant with her mom, which was not the best.
I don't. You know, it's supposed to be really good, but I don't want to see
It's good, but it's violent, and you can't understand a word Tom Hardy's saying. He's like taking a different language and running that through a filter.
it.
So
Harlan,
what you're saying is it would be a really good time to get the closed captioning on.
Oh yeah.
Because I watch a lot
yeah.
of my movies now.
Oh no, yeah, the Tom Hardy sections, I think he needs his own subtitle file.
Is it because he's trying to have a different accent than he has?
He's
or is it
he's
just-
doing American, but he's doing it with a I don't know, like a roughneck frontiersman filter on it
so
that he
it's
thinks.
really hard.
But it just sounds like he's chewing his own cud. Real. I mean, great performance, but indecipherable. I have no idea what he's saying.
Which actually might be accurate.
Yeah,
Right?
I got what he was doing when he put the gun in the guy's face. But
Right.
he didn't need a lot of words, but yeah. Okay, well, see if there's. Is everyone good with the lights, or would they like more light in here? I wonder who Anonymous Koala is. I'm fine right now, thank you. I had a big breakfast before I got here. I'm gonna give it one more minute, and I think then we can probably start with the second session here. All right, just for everyone who's here as well that maybe wants to know further, when you're done here, the link to the slides document with the embedded videos is up on that sagelib-org/content/reports training session, which I will highlight. Right here. Okay. The link is right here. Slides. I apologize for the clarity. It's not there. All right, well, brave souls. I will start session 2 now for the reports training. So the second session gets a little more into it from running preset reports. We're actually going to take a existing template like we were running and modify that to either add in most cases, or delete information. This is something you'll be doing often when you try something out. Oh, that didn't work. Try it again. Change it a little bit. Try it again. So, just getting back in here for all those on Go2Meeting. Right, so we're going to be going over those data types and transforms, which are what you need to do when you're changing dates, which are the big one. And those data types are also important for what we're going to get displayed. We're going to build a report using another report as the base, and then at the end, I'm going to let you guys go a little wild and try to build a report from a scratch source. And as we kind of said earlier, don't worry about that part. I'm here, Beth's here. If anything happens to, for some reason, break, we'll be fine, but nothing will. I don't imagine anything going wrong, so go crazy. All right, so data types. These are the different types of, we talked about databases earlier, and these are kind of the way that a database organizes what the entry is in that field. Kind of, you notice when I had that board unit ID and it said 211, that's an ID, which you can kind of see here. And these are also what we'll be using these data types for. A bool field is short for yes or no, and that's important when you're running or creating a report and you'll see something. Maybe you want to count of all the items that circulated in the month of March. And that looks great, and you're like, whoa, we have, you know, a bunch more items than I thought we had. It could be because you do not have that is deleted field set to no. Because if you do not, Evergreen never really destroys any information. It, for the most part, hides it. So, for instance, if you delete a copy, we can bring it back. We just have to change that Boolean field from yes to no. So that's an important base filter to use, is that is deleted, if you want accurate counts and accurate lists. And that is deleted also, it applies to, we saw those other tables in Evergreen, is deleted can apply to shelving locations now. Copies, call numbers, bib records, patrons. There's all kinds of areas within the reporter where you'll want to look for that field. It's kind of my bait. If I have no filters on a report, the one I'll always have is deleted. It's very useful. Text, so that's the data type that you're most likely going to be putting in your displays. That's the readable entry. So for example, I'm just going to go to, just to kind of highlight this, I will go to the reports training session, and that very first one, checkouts by shelving location monthly. And I'm just using this for illustrative purposes right now. You can kind of see this count does not have any filters for that is deleted. And what I'm going to do, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but that clone selected template, that is what you're going to be using when you modify a template. You will select the one that you think, oh, that looks like a good base starting point for me. So you're like, oh, that looks good, but I want some more information out of it. We will then clone it, and it'll bring up, make sure to put it in our reports folder. For me, I'm going to do test, because I'm just showing you here. Wow. So that's what it looks like when you're creating a report. So I mentioned data types, and you'll see them right here. I guess if maybe everyone can look on there, do what I just did, and get to their own screen, just because this is a little bit fuzzy for some people.
Where do we need to be?
So if you'll go,
you
if you go to the reports training, and then go to the very top report.
Okay.
Checkouts by shelving location monthly.
Create a new report.
Click that drop down, and you should see clone selected template.
Okay.
And just don't do anything past that, but you'll just be presented with the screen, because there's a lot of.
Oh, I'm not reading.
Oh, is that what that does? I thought the clone selected template put a copy of this to your own folder.
Where'd you get Mary? I'm at this.
Okay, so I'm still thinking, okay, so then report training session.
underneath the this one, right? And then he
When I
put
clicked on the
Oh, because you don't have one.
there you go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Cool. Report training. There.
because I didn't have I did this, isn't this,
And then, yep, submit.
and this, okay.
So if you do see something that just says change folders,
Mhm.
you need to create a folder for yourself under that templates. So what we'll do is, I'll just,
I need to log out of meetings.
so if you do see just a folder right there, go back to this screen, click on templates, and create a new subfolder. What you want is to have an entry here. So you could even name the subfolder, test report template or reports training session, just so you know these are the reports you're building from today, if you do not have anything there. Is everyone able to see this screen?
Well, can I read it?
Oh, yeah.
That's really the question.
On their laptop, rather.
Oh, yeah, no, I logged out as K Street, logged back in. It'll take me a minute.
Okay, you got it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
But you got where you need to go, that's all.
So that last screen we saw was, or this screen right here is where we're going to do all our work on building it. And everyone can kind of see on their own if this is a little blurry up here, but I'm just going to kind of highlight this. And you see these bool, text, ID, money, timestamp. You see any of those there? There's timestamp, there's text, there's ID. I'm under display fields right now. You'll see base filters, which is that list of selection criteria for winnowing the return. You'll see I also have, it's a little different, where we have operators and field transforms. Right now, let's just look at these displayed fields. And so we ran, that last report we ran with the checkouts by permission group. The information we could actually read that wasn't a count was text. And so if you ever want anything that is readable, I guess, like if you want to see the name of the library, if you want the name of a call number, you want the name of even a barcode field as text, because as some of us have known, when you log in to Evergreen or even with your own libraries, they can have barcodes that include text characters in them. They aren't just strictly numeric. So when we're looking at the data types here, think about text as readable entries. For the most part, everything that's not a count of something or a date is going to be in text. Otherwise, you're going to get some strange looking returns. That ID or org unit, see back here, I've got the circulation count. It's an ID, which is what we use. You can't really see, but it's a count. I'll show you how we do that in a little bit. Money is another entry you'll see. Oops, I just deleted everything. So don't do that. Yeah. So I'm just going to go back and bring that up. Yeah, so if you accidentally do that, start over. Go back to that clone. I'm going to go rent test. Boom, there it is. Okay. So money, you'll see that if you're running into the if you want to get some bills information. That's just another numeric field, but don't be surprised if you see the data type money. Timestamp, that's probably next to ID and text. That's the one you'll want to put in the most. For example, if you want, if you want any lists of any dates that are included, the field you'll want to select will have a data type of timestamp. And I note here that's something you're going to need to transform for most purposes, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then the big one, which has gotten me into trouble when I first started and others, do not use the link data type for display and filters. Think of it basically as a folder name that you can open for other data. So for instance, here I'm in, I wish I could see this a little better. Maybe.
It's a textured wall.
Yeah.
I don't know what light you're going to be able to do.
All right. So, for example, if everyone's in the same screen, though, I think you could click on that circulation link item right there, and you'll see this list populate. You can even drag that out a little bit. So you see where it says link here. See money, timestamp.
So don't choose link, Bill.
And see with the link, remember like what we did when we're opening the folders earlier on the report screen? Mm-hmm. When you see link, think that that's just a folder name that you need to get to. So if you want to, for example, what's a good example? Oh, I want the check-in staff. I could accidentally, I'll double click that and I think, oh, I'm good. I'll get the check-in staff. But if your data type is link, you run that report, you're going to get a big flat blank entry there. So what you'll do is click on this to make sure you're on the main one. And you can't really see it here, but there's a little arrow. Open that. These are your folders. So think of it as a main folder with folders within it. So that archive copy statcat entries, right there. So now if we click on that, we get our actual values. And we see statistical category as a link. And there's another link. So these are, it's called climbing the tree. Like you can go up and down to find the entries you want. But make sure.
So the entry value and the ID under that are the ones that actually have data in them?
Correct. You want to check the data type. So if you see, don't take the field name as the be-all of it. If I wanted, so I have circulations, if I really wanted the check-in staff, like let's say I want the barcode number of the staff member that checked in this circulation, I would open that main one, go to check-in staff, go down, there's all these teachable moments. And so right now, we want their library card. You'll see these up here for all library cards, all user settings, all addresses. What that will do is, if you have a patron, they maybe lose their library card and you have to give them a new one and deactivate the old one. Some patrons can have multiple cards tied to their account, but they don't, it's not the one they use. So always when you, this is on the handout as well, under, where is it? Yeah, if you go to handout 5 for that ILS user, and also you'll see at the top, I mean the path is a little different, but you want to always make sure that you're in that current library card. So current library card, it's a link. That means I have to go down here, check in staff, current library card. There we go. There's some information here too. There's one more link. And is active, but we just want that barcode, which is a text data type, so we know that's good. So instead of that check-in staff, click on that, go to remove selected field, and I will double click on the barcode, or you can also just click on add selected fields. And you'll see it even shows you the route you went, kind of the path you chose to get to that. So it's basically open circulation, open ILS user, which is the source they're using for that check-in staff. So we have barcode, but barcode's a little ambiguous, isn't it? I mean, it could mean item barcode when you run the report, could mean patron barcode. How would I change the name of barcode to be something else? Has anyone done that before?
Alter display header.
Very good. So we'll click on barcode, alter display header, and this looks like nothing to you right now. It's all mangled, but I will go and change that to patron barcode. So now it's a little more clear. And what these are the headers for the columns when you get your report output. So you can change that, but sometimes I just try to be a little more descriptive so I actually know what I'm looking at. But that's how you would change the look of that. All right, so one thing to take away, if you do take anything away, is please do not use that link. Think of it as a folder. Okay. So go back up here. So those were the data types that we looked at, which are what you'll be looking at for the display fields. These operators are what we're going to be looking at for the base filters. So we've got a whole list of them here, and I think a few of you have already encountered them when you were running reports. Equals, greater than, between, not null, things like that. So these are changed how that filter options are presented to the user. So I've got a cheat sheet here. You can use that. It's on that sagelib.org/content/report. It's
on there?
It's not on. Sorry, you go to the sagelib.org/content/reports-training-session. It's there under the slides. And if you click on that, it will bring you up to this. And so you can copy that down or save this as a PowerPoint or Word file. So that's where these are right now. So for example, that in right now I am on 30. 31. So that in list, that's what we're going to use. Remember when we saw the list of libraries like HR-HRCL, Arlington, have your list of libraries. You're going to click on that ID for the organizational unit, and on that operator, change it to in list. And so just kind of think about that with the ID or the org unit. So if you want a list of circulation, if you list of libraries, list of shelving locations, list of copy statuses, you want to use that ID or org unit and put it operator as in list. The is null is not null. That's kind of a database term for basically has a value, doesn't have a value. Yeah, so for example, for a report where you want to see items that don't have a price entry, you'll put in that price under that item source, select it, and change the operator to is null. So if you have that in a filter, you'll basically return items where there is no entry for price, which can be useful. You know, I've used the is null for patrons that do not have a birth date, patrons that
Email address.
yeah, that's exactly what I use it for. And that's another good one to have, and I use that a lot. The between, before, and after, I use those a lot for time ranges. You can see those in that list when you're choosing between. It's even kind of a natural language between two dates. And we're going to have to transform those, which we'll talk about in the next slide. And then greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier, but items, for example, that have over 50 circulations, you only care about those, you don't care about the ones that have less. You would take that, put that entry in there, and then change the operator to greater than and the value to 50. So if I'm looking at that, I go to my base filters. Let's pull this to the side here a little bit. So check out date and time. Pretty important field most people want to know or want to filter by. You want to know when things were checked out. So I add that in from the very top. Maybe if I
Find it under circulation.
yeah, it's under the main circulation top folder.
I don't even know other
So go to click on that circulation, and then you'll see, where is it? Checkout date. You'll see the the data type there is timestamp. So what I did is I double clicked on that. Okay, so what I'll do is
Under sources.
yeah. So we'll go around and you know, click on the main circulation.
Yeah.
Oh, you see it? Yeah. So we just click on. There you go. You just, and there's the checkout date.
I was looking for it down
Does everyone at least see where that field is? Okay. So click on circulation and then go down.
Oh, I was looking over here. I'm sorry.
And a good piece of advice when you're trying to find fields to put in your report, stay as close to the top of the tree as you can. Yeah, because the more involved you get, the more of these joins you're going to have to do, and you might get one of those dreaded report failed.
Actually, could you repeat that again?
Yeah.
Page with the report.
Yeah.
That report.
Yeah, it's sure thing. sagelib-.org/content/reports training session with dashes in between. So we have these operators, and you can try this out too if you want to see what the different dates will look like when you're changing them. But you'll see the operators here for these are all in list. That means that you will see a list of options. You can also do that for dates. So think about that as between, before, after. Also in list, but these are a little kind of, I use these just because it makes a little more sense logically in my mind. But you can use in list as well. And you'll change those by after you've added a field to your base filters, clicking on it and just going down to change operator. And you'll see all these lists right here. And the operators will be also different depending on the data type. So this is a timestamp, and this is an ID.
So how do we get operator to come up?
Yeah,
Operator?
I only have change transformed, but I'm not
You have to be in
sure
base filter.
Yeah, you have to be in base filters. Are you in displayed fields?
Yeah, in displayed fields.
You're jumping.
Okay. Sorry. So yeah, right now we're just in that base filters tab. And so we'll go to change operator, and you'll notice for the checkout date time that we added, we see these after, on or after, before, basically all the entries that have date time in parentheses. Those are only available to timestamp data types you put in. If I try to do that for circulating library, they're not there. So that's also kind of a good hint, maybe when you're building a report, if you've got the right, instead of checkout date, time, something else. I don't know what else would be called that didn't have a timestamp, but so that's where those operators are. And so for circulating library, actually this will be a good idea. Where do you think I got this field? Where did I find it in this tree?
The circulating library?
Mm-hmm. Where did I find that to put it there?
Well, it's over there. Under sources.
Under sources.
No?
Yep. There you go. Circulating library, and you're right because it is, you can't see on the screen here, but it's an org unit, which means it's something we can also put in list. So that gives me the option to choose a list of libraries.
And double clicking puts it in the list.
Double clicking will put it in. And another good check is if you try to double click the same thing, it'll let you know, do you want to? Yeah, so for example, if I double click this,
Right.
I've already entered that. Do you want to do it again? So that's kind of another check to make sure you don't double up. Uh-oh. But what about location ID? What's that? Any ideas, anybody?
That number, isn't it?
Well, like you said, the river was 211. Is that it?
That's what I have on the displayed for the count. Or sorry, that's the circulating library, that org unit. Location ID? What is the, if everyone's got this same report up, what is it filtering by? Maybe the last word.
It's in list. Raw data. I don't know.
Shelving location.
Oh, that's what the location ID is?
Mm-hmm.
I had something to do with circulating library.
Oh, okay.
No, I should, but the thing is if you ever search by shelving location, it actually will say location ID and then the number of
Yeah.
parentheses after it, and then whatever your, whatever it is specific to your library, like display or whatever. So it actually says that when you do the search by shelving location.
Yeah, and when you're running the reports, you'll see that like we have in the right-hand corner here, the source specifier. It'll look like that in the filter list when you're choosing them as well. It's not as exact as it could be, but it's a good hint of where you're actually looking. So location ID. Another thing to remember with shelving location when you're doing it in list, and it's by the ID, you will only see shelving locations for the workstation you're logged into. So for example, if I make this report and I want to show a list of all the shelving locations, I want to see, maybe I'm at Hood River, but I want to see Cascade Locks, I would have to log in as a Cascade Locks workstation to see the correct list, because locations are owned by something. They have their own owning library. So if you ever see, like we encountered earlier with Kathy, if you're wondering why there are no circulations for your magazines, it could be because you're in a branch system where the shelving location is owned by something other than what you have here. Yeah. Yeah. So if I wanted to filter for here, date has two specific fields to it. The field transform and the operator. For the rest of the types of fields, you're never really going to transform anything. Dates are the one you're going to be transforming. The reason for that is what I'll show on this slide here. When you put in a date and don't transform it, you'll get an entry like this. But when you transform that to date, it looks a lot better. This is server time. No one really needs to get that exact with a time zone location and everything. So back to this checkout date. What I did, and I'll actually pull it up in this second window so you can see what it looks like. Okay, with this. So you see we have year and month. And so that means that when we add something, like I want to know the checkouts for the month of maybe February 2015. If I select that, 17th, and add it, it's just going to give me all the months for that whole month.
It doesn't say.
Yeah, it doesn't limit it
Year,
to
month,
that
date.
17. You'll see the param, or the only available entry you have is month and year. So keep that in mind if you're making a report and you only want it to filter by year and month. But maybe, sometimes you want it broader, sometimes you want it a little more granular, but this will give you the checkouts for only that month with that transform. And how I did that was by adding it from circulation checkout date. I'll click on, actually I'll click on that, change transform, and you'll see all these entries here, which are specific to a timestamp data type. So we can see day name, day of month. For the most part, don't do any of these, except I do year and month and date. Date for the most part is pretty good. It will give you everything you need. And when you start getting into hour of the day, month of the year, it's not entirely clear what you'll get. Quarters ago So for me, what I would do, or maybe if you just want search for the year, you could use year, but I use year plus month and date. Date almost exclusively. So I would go to field transform. Let's make this a date. Change operator. I can do that between, where is it? Or in list. Both are good options if you want to range between a certain set of dates. So that's what you would do for,
What did you choose? Between?
yeah, you can choose between or in list. I opt for between, but I think I haven't really seen any difference between the two. Okay, so those are those operators we saw. Is null, is not null. Give you a kind of look at that. Let's see. It's an example for circulations. Oh, maybe items that have never checked in. For example, you'll have to use this filter if you want a list of maybe missing items that are still out to patrons, or lost items especially. Lost items are the big one.
A missing item wouldn't be out, would it? Okay.
No, I don't think so.
It's
So-
missing, so it's not checked out.
Right.
Yeah, so lost would be the big one for this. So if an item is lost, it's actually still in circulation, according to Evergreen. It's just never been checked in. But lost, I can help you guys with that too. It's a little different than setting up a missing report.
Or is that the same as in transit? Totally different, isn't it?
That's different, yeah.
Okay.
So if I wanted checkouts by, well, won't really make sense for a checkout report, but if I did want to include items that had, maybe I wanted to change this report to items that have never checked out by shelving location, right?
Well, my next question, I've asked for this one before, and now maybe you can show me how to do it, is haven't been checked out since a date.
Haven't been checked out since.
Right,
So if you're
January
looking-
1st, 2014, we had never checked this book out.
Right, or if you're looking for something that hasn't been checked out in the last year.
Hasn't been checked out. Okay, I can sit down with you on that. Something I'm just gonna have to sit down and
No,
kind of.
that's fine, I just wondered
go
if it
through
was
it.
a button you had to push here.
But yeah, that's something you could do. It's
That's
just,
when you use no, right? I mean,
yeah, you would use, but the way she phrased it, she wants hasn't checked out since this date.
Yeah, I phrased it incorrectly the first time, because I'm looking for something like, okay, so somebody's checked it out in the last year, great, we can cross that one off. I want anything that hasn't been checked out in the last year.
Yeah, hasn't been checked out in the last year. For something that, if you wanted a list of items that haven't been checked out in the last year,
Right.
they do have a checkout entry, because for some of those they have checked out prior.
Right.
So something like that I might have to sit down with you
That's
to
fine.
figure out. But for that, so like no check-ins ever, we would do check-in somewhere. Check-in date time. Add it by double clicking. The default operator is always equals. Keep that in mind because sometimes you can put them in and then forget to change it. And it's a date, so we'll want to transform that to date. And the field, we want to transform that to either in list, or sorry, is null. I haven't had great success with is null or blank. What that basically means is null means there's no entry, ever. Blank could mean there's just a blank space, which could count as an entry in a database. So I will have that operator be between. So yeah, the main thing for that is the transforms with the dates, and that also applies to the display fields. So if I'm going to have, oh, we do them again. If I'm going to have if I want to display the check-in date, double click it there. We're in displayed fields right now. Change transform, make sure that's date. So that'll show up there. Basically, the only time you want to see raw data is for text. Raw data just means give me this information directly how the database sees it. I just kind of walk through doing a date transform here. And you can check right there. All right, so now we're going to kind of look at building a report through using an existing template. And yeah, well, the one I'm going to have is when I'm talking about building a report from a template. For the purposes of this session, I'm just going to focus on an inventory report. But as I'm saying to the Go2Meeting and the group here, if anyone wants individualized help with reports, I'm always available at the ticket site, or you can email me directly and we can set up a screen share. That's worked in the past too. So this is one that I use a lot just for basing my reports off for anything that has to do with inventory. So this is kind of where I am for that report. If you guys want to kind of go there with me to follow along. Go to, oh, we'll have to maybe open a new tab in Evergreen. Templates, admin, inventory weeding, and that one at the very top. So admin, inventory weeding, and this one right here. Is everyone able to kind of at least see where that is? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right now we'll clone it, but I'm just kind of illustrating so you know where I am in Evergreen. So I'm going to click that. Choose the choose the clone report like we did before. And I think what this report is, I'm actually going to build off it. It exists already in the report test folder that we had for this session, but this is how I went about the process of changing it. So I use this template, choose clone report. I use my Brent test folder as I talked about before. I don't know what this report's going to look like. Certainly don't want to keep it if it's broken or needs to be changed.
Oh, this is highlighted. I thought that was like no, yeah.
Okay. All right. So now we're back at this screen. I'm just kind of, the slides are just kind of walk you through what I've done. So we're here. And I think everyone's, for the most part, looking at least at that screen that we're looking at the same thing. You'll notice that item source there is item, which is the very last handout. I've got some kind of information about where you can find certain pieces of information there. The very last handout, item handout 6. So item is a big one, and I've highlighted a few of them in here. Item, ILS user, bib record, and circulation and hold request are other ones, but the thing is, once you drill down into these sources, you'll notice a lot of them look the same throughout. So once ILS user, if you ever want to find a patron's information and you're looking in circulations, once you get to the patron information section, it'll look the same as it does in ILS user. It's the same set of rows, same set of everything. So we're here. So currently this is what we have the report displaying. Shelving location, author, title, call number, barcode, status. You know, pretty decent, good set of basic options for a basic inventory. And you'll notice the data types there are all text. I haven't done any changing to them. I might want to change that author from normalized to just author, which I can do with that alter display header, which is right there. So what are some other pieces of information for an inventory report that we might, publishing year? Okay. What are some other pieces of information we might want to see?
Whether it's available, missing, damaged.
Okay, so copy status. Anything else? Yeah, that's a good one. You kind of want to know, huh?
Activity? Have this ever been checked out? Or is that a totally different report?
Yeah, you could, so you want to know if it's had any circulations or what the total number of circulations are? Okay. So, how about we add the publish year, the last circulation date, and the total circulations. So, what I did there is the publish year, think about how a record is structured in Evergreen. You can even do this if you're, a lot of people here I assume have done some cataloging. The publishing year, that is, where does that exist? Yeah, when you're importing the MARC record from Z39 or OCLC or wherever else, that bib record contains the publish year information. When you're adding a copy to a title, you don't add publish year because Evergreen already knows it from that bib level. So when you are adding the publish year, you have to think about that tree, go from item to call number to bib record. So you got to kind of climb it a little bit.
I'll go a step further and add that when you're running reports, though, isn't it prefers information out of the fixed fields of the MARC?
Yes.
Ask it for the date of publication. It's going to be looking to pull that from the fixed field dates, not from further down in the record.
Exactly. And what I'm going to talk about here is you'll see on that 6th handout we're looking at with item, you'll see the very top one where it says simple record extracts. You'll see for ISBN, ISSN, publication year, author, title. What the report people have done has been, people have asked for these pieces of information repeatedly, and instead of having to really dig into the reports and figure out which exact MARC fields you want, which can be a little consuming, time consuming, they have gathered these all in a view that you'll notice when you do run these reports, you'll see author normalized, title normalized. What that means is that they're taking where these publication years, where these titles can be, and putting it into one entry. Because with a mark record you can have multiple added entries, for example, that could be titles you'll want. So this simple record extracts that I'll show you, that's where a good chunk of bib type information lives. That's where all that pub year, author, title, ISBN, you'll almost always go to simple record extracts. So keep that in mind. So let's think about adding these guys. Oh, just mentioned that. So the publish year lives at item, call number, volume, bib record, simple record extracts. That's pretty much what I just said, but do you see where this kind of folder is within the reports? Is anyone able to see it? Is there any other information fields in that source that I didn't mention?
There's a lot.
Yeah. So what's a few examples of what else is in there?
I don't know. Non-marked record notes, owner, creator, simple record extracts. Under that is bibliographic record, authority.
Yeah, and the main.
Number, fixed field entry. So is that where we look for the publishing date as the fixed field entry part?
You could go if you really wanted to drill down. I would, for the most part, unless you're really getting into custom reports, I would stick with, here, I'll bring it up here. So I went to, notice how I said they all kind of look the same once you get in there. Circulating item, which is just item. It's going to look the same no matter what. So we'll go down to, I have to go up the tree. Circulating item, call number, bib record. And these index fields they can be pretty useful if you really want to dig into them. You can think about, maybe you don't want to think about all the different subject fields we have, or the series fields, or identifiers, UPC, ISSN, there's tons. That will put all those entries in that text field if you enter it. Which gets a little intense, but I would just stay with simple record extracts and stay with the things that say text or int. That just means integer. That's, yeah. And the ones that are normalized are the ones that have had their values kind of rearranged, and these are the ones you want.
So now we add it or double?
Yeah, if you want to put these in a field, you would just double click it and put them in the display field. Most of these, since they are text entries, are suitable for display. This is also where I go to make sure if I want to see where the TCN value is. Maybe you want to know. That's pretty important. Yeah, like if you're asking me, Brent, TCN, it's the title control number, which usually get, I think, I don't know how it's set up now, but they get automatically generated when you import a mark record in.
No.
They don't?
No. The TCN is created by the agency that provides the mark record. So when you import a record from Z3950 or from OCLC, it will have a TCN already that is used by OCLC or by Infonet or by, I'm trying to think of what other Z3950 sources we have, Infonet, Prospector, etc. They use TCN on their end to keep track of it. When you import a record from one of those sources into Evergreen, it's the database ID number, aka the document ID number that is automatically generated. Yeah. And then that's the unique identifier in our system.
It's not necessarily unique in their system though, because you can have duplicates that are not the same book. They're not the same record.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes
Yeah.
they are, so it's a good indicator. Oh shoot, maybe somebody already imported this, but that's not always the case.
Right. The problem is that you can import a marked record for the same book, one from Prospector and one from Infonet, and they'll have a different TCN.
They'll have two different TCN.
Because they came from two different agencies.
And so does anyone see a set of information here that looks similar to what we were looking at with the simple record extracts?
Well, the TCN's up there.
Yeah. Oh, title, author, edition, pub date, TCN, database ID. These are the simple record extracts. Right here.
But I
Yeah.
need you to go back a couple
Sure.
steps, because I can't find my single record extract. Sorry.
Yeah,
Simple
so
record.
simple record extracts are, so we go to, for this one, since I'm in circulation, think about if you always want to get to the bib record, find something that's the item or a call number.
And in my box over there, it says item.
Yeah.
So I
And
click that and find circulations under that?
No, it's.
where
Right
You-
there,
I
instead
think-
of circulations, it says item.
you're in a different report than I think.
Right, he switched reports.
Yeah. So this is, does everyone see circulations under the sources? Okay. Oh, there's-
We were an item and then you somehow switched and pulled the
Oh,
report up
maybe I had
again
a
and you went
different
for
one.
circulation, yeah.
Okay, well, this will give me, I thought it was in the right one. Sorry about that. I'll just,
Try
I'll
your
pull
other
this out.
tab. Try your, did you have it on the other one?
I was on the brief shelf list of
Okay.
circulating library and shelf and location
Yeah.
report.
This one?
Yeah, it's that one.
Okay, well, I'll just bring this up so we're on the same page. There we go.
Yeah.
So for item,
You can follow the map too.
mhm.
Right.
He's got,
Oh
look
yeah,
over there, it's a simple record
Yeah.
extract
I
right
can't
there.
read that, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I can read it on my screen. I was like, oh, there's where he's talking about. I just followed it back.
So we'll go to item, click on the main one, expand that list, call number volume, expand that list, bib record, expand that, drag down, and you'll see it looks exactly the same because we're looking at the same thing. Simple record extracts.
So if we want to add publication year normalized, is it a problem? You said to stay away from those ones. The,
No, that's fine. Simple record extracts is a good solid source.
okay.
That's where all the title, author, ISBN information for reports I would do that aren't based solely around specific mark fields.
Okay, so we don't need to stay with just the text ones and the data type there?
You would stay, yeah, text is fine, but the int,
Well, that's
that's,
what I was wondering.
oh yeah.
Because you have publication year normalized under int.
Yeah, publication year is fine under int because they've just normalized that to a year, so like a 1998, you know, I don't know what else could be a weird entry for that, but they've made it all so that the data type, it all looks like a number in that field.
Okay.
So that's fine. Anything in here that's not a link, you'll be fine to enter in your display fields. And so like I was in the circulation set, but I also got the simple record extracts. When you are finding yourself building a report and you want the title for something like that, I'm an item right here, you can't see, but see when I say core sources, I mean anything basically here.
What did you just select?
So what I selected is under database source browser, you'll see a drop-down menu that says sources. And you can select, see these are the core ones, and the reason I highlighted 5 is because you can go hog wild. These are usually for people that want very, very specific reports. And when it gets this level, I'll usually just go in the database because it's crazy. But yeah, feel free, like we were saying, when you're creating these reports, you can use these. A note though is that I haven't played with all of them, so I might be learning with you while, if you, for example, do, oh man, I don't know. If you want to know the transform definition, I've never used that, I don't know. But for the most part, stay in these core sources. The main ones that I've kind of highlighted on this sheet for you on handout 3. Those are the 5 that I usually stick with. So like, for example, I was in circulation. And anytime you change a source when you're building a report, be careful. Because if you do change a source, you just wiped everything out. So notice now it's all gone. So if you get it in your head to change something, make sure maybe that you save it before and then clone it again, because otherwise everything will be lost. But so like I'm in circulation, for example, and I want to know the title of that item that circulated. I will just go down to circulating item, and from circulating item, you'll see when I select it, it's going to open that same type of tree to get to simple record extracts. So circulating item, I open that. Yep, there's call number. Open that. There's bib record. One more time. And there's simple record extract. So the format will be the same regardless of what you're doing. It's all looking at the same place. Okay, so let's drill that home too. Simple record extract is your friend. And I just kind of got a video there of me, what I just did to add those sources, which will be, you can click on that if you're in the Google Doc on your laptop, or just look at it later. We did the same thing. All right, what about last circulation date and total circulations? Actually, I don't want you to see that just yet. Yeah. So I'm going to go load that again because I just wiped it out by choosing a wrong source. Admin. Thank you, Beth. There we are. Clone. Commit. Test. All right. So I can add pub year now because we know how, right? Mm-hmm. So go to that call number volume, bib record, simple record extracts, publication year. Mm-hmm. Tap, tap. And there it is. And we can alter that if we want.
What is the INT on
that? That INT is for integer. It just means that it's a number. So you'll only see a number in that field. You won't see any characters. So we'll just call this pub year. And we know we're, but you can also just call that publication year. All right. So the other ones we wanted. Oops. What about last circulation date? Where would I go to add the last circulation date to my displayed fields?
I don't know. Circulation?
We could. But with something like the total circulations and last circulations, those are pieces of information that Evergreen, if you look at that schema, it actually keeps in that main item source. So I'm going to click on item. You guys let me know if you see anything or in here. You can go to circulations. That's a long way to do it. You'll dig down further to the tree.
Copy stat? No?
Well, there's last circulation date, but it's a link.
Oh,
That.
last circulation date. The link. So how can I see what's in this folder?
Go over to the left to the sources and open it.
Mm-hmm. Open up item, last circulation date. Click on that main. Uh-huh. There we go. So I want to see the last circulation date.
We'll start doing that in the next one, creation, last circulation or creation date.
Yeah, and the
That means it
reason,
never circulated?
yeah, that's the same. So there's basically in that circulation date field, it will have an entry when you first create an item. And if you want to keep that in there for some reason, it kind of, I think, gets a little confusing if you have the same field and no way to differentiate.
Where is it on the left?
Yeah. So I went to item, opened up item, went down to last circulation date,
Oh, there it is.
and just clicked on that.
And then that opens the thing on the left.
Yeah.
The source list.
Oh, you see that copy ID?
Uh-huh.
That's where it's getting these counts. Remember I said you'll do a count on an ID field?
Okay.
But you didn't have.
So now, how can I put this in how can I get this to display?
Double click. No?
Double click. There it is. Well, I did it twice, I guess. Oh, no, I put the link in. See? Even I could do that.
And if you just want month and year, you can use the change transform,
Mm-hmm.
and just do year and month.
Yeah, so we're in the displayed fields right now. So, yeah, what would I do if I just want my last circulation date to look like 2016-01?
Yeah, just like she said, change transform.
But how do I do that?
Click on it.
How?
Click your thing on last circulation date.
Oh, okay.
Then change transform. Then find your month is at the bottom.
Okay. All right. And there we go. We can see it. Year and month. So we have that. So we have the last circulation date now and the pub year added. How would I get total circulations? Which are I
Maybe
think
that's over on the left under the sources.
I think that was the last one. Yeah.
Total search. Total search.
And where's total search? Back to item.
Right below the master group.
Right below last circulation.
On the left, on the sources, not right below, but 1, 2, 3, 4.
There you go.
Oh, total circulations.
Mhm.
So Evergreen's been really nice and put this in a little folder for us. You'll notice that we have copy ID here,
Uh-huh.
and in this case they're both integers.
Okay.
But so we'll grab this, double click. You can kind of see it right there. And it's right there.
Do we need to transform it to something else?
And since this is just an integer, we don't need to transform it because we're just looking at a number one through, you know, yeah. But for maybe you're in a source that doesn't have this, is there any other way we could find out the total circulations of something, of an item? There it is. Remember how I talked about counts and how you want to do those on IDs? You have it right here, but when you're at the very top, an item, you want to go to the circulations. And remember we had those tables, item, circulations, etc. Each circulation has its own, like David was saying, it's its own specific ID that is not duplicated anywhere in the rest of the database. You can kind of notice that when you run a report and it won't let you have the same entry because it has to be unique.
Mhm.
It's the same for circulation. You can't have the same circulation with an ID number of 2. There's only 1 2. So what we can do, if we're in item, we can find that circulations folder. And we can also do this, if we're in circulations, it's front and center for us. We'll click on, first I'll remove this. And this is a good way to do a count of anything. So I'm just going to show you right here. So we'll click on circulations. And what do we want to do when we're doing counts? What type of data types are we looking for? Yeah. Integers and IDs. IDs are the main ones. So,
Oh, so circ ID.
very good. Circ ID. Got an ID, so we know we're right. This is known as a primary key in the
So is that
database.
going to give you the same numbers as from the other source?
Yeah,
No?
it'll give you the exact same.
So how many
So-
different places is it in this list?
It's in a couple places.
Okay.
You could find, as long as you're in a source that somehow gets you into this item
Uh-huh.
and circulations, you'll see circ ID.
So either one would work. in the
Yeah.
proper method.
For expediency, for this one, I would just use, if you're an item, use that. If it
Okay.
exists, why not? But for this one, this is what it's doing,
Mhm.
is it takes this circ ID. So I'll add that. That's not very helpful. So what I'm going to do is you want to count the ID. So it's basically doing is every time it wants to know how many circulations, so that's a count of how many IDs there are.
Oh,
So if you have, 1,000 circulations, they'll all have 1,000 different numbers. So what I'll do is go to change transform. And this is the only time you'll really do this for the displays. We'll go to change transform. You see count. And so now what this does is instead of giving us, what we see, here, like a number like this, that will be 1. The next entry will be 2. The next entry will be 3. It's just counting how many of these there are, but for circulations. You can do the same if you want to know how many items a library has. Go to its copy ID and go to count. The only time you would use count distinct is if you want to count things that maybe have the same value. So if you want to count of all the items, let's see, what's a good example? A count of all the copy statuses. You don't have to do this, but if you want to count of all the copy statuses, I would put the name field in there, count distinct, and that will give me a count of everything that's available, a count of everything that's damaged, a count of everything that's lost. But for the most part, you can just do count. That'll give you the results you want. And so now we want to change that from circ ID to total circulations. And now it's the same thing. What you're not seeing is since they've done the database work for you, you're not seeing this, but that's what's actually happening when you click this. So for now, I will just remove that, and we'll put that one back in. And there it is. All right, so that's where I was looking at it. For this one, I also added you might want to have a separate create date as a display item, just so it's a little clearer when this item was created and when it last circulated. Otherwise, it could be just, you have one date entry and you're not sure if that is the creation date or if that is the circulation date. So that's what I would do. And make sure to do your date transforms. Otherwise, you'll get those really gross looking numbers. And that's just a video of how I did it, which is also on the Sage YouTube. And this is what I was doing to clean up the display a little bit. I selected it, clicked Alter Display Header. Got there. And there we are, author from author normalized. And you can only do these display changes in the displayed fields. You're not allowed to change the name of the base filters. It won't let you do that. And so for that example, the base filters I have were is deleted equals false. We don't want any deleted items in our inventory, although sometimes we might. Circulating library, if you want to know how many deleted items you have. Circulating library was that ID, org unit in list, and location ID in list. So are there any other filters that we could use that we are not currently using for an inventory report? Are there any other filters that we might want to use besides is?
Well, we could see how many times it circulated this year or in the last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
yeah, we could add a date component to it to filter that out.
so when we look at item status and it has the total search and a search for the year, is it just background reports running to make those?
What it's consulting is it depends on where that part of the field is in Evergreen that you're looking at, but it's consulting these little views, which are portions of the database that update frequently with that information. So like if you do go to item status, that total circulations is most likely pulling from something like this.
Okay.
But what about that is deleted? Where did I find that in this item source?
Copy status? No?
You could see, no, not there.
Why not? Why couldn't it be copy active and with the Boolean yes or no?
See with this, we're in the copy status area. So all this is letting us know is information regarding copy status. So,
Well, it's under item on the, if you click item on the left and then in the middle box, the source specific says is deleted.
yeah, that's exactly what you want. The is deleted is almost always at the very top of the tree for something like that. So for item, I'll click on the main one and I'll go down. Oh, is deleted. You'll see it's a Boolean field, so it's a yes, no. And so I'm just going to remove this. And if I add it, it's okay. This just means that every time I run the report, I have to enter F or T. But if I just want it to automatically know, how would I change that to be is deleted is true or is deleted is false? how would I make there be a value here?
Change that.
Yeah. Change value. So I'll highlight is deleted, change value, click OK for true, cancel for false. So I don't want deleted items in there, so is deleted is false, and you can see it right there. And for something like a Boolean field, it's fine to leave the operator as equals because we don't need a choice between yes and no. I'll just kind of, now that we're in this, I'll just kind of walk through a little bit of what's in the main item source. Active date. Everyone, I think, kind of knows what that is. When you, what's the difference between active date and creation date?
Active date's when it's actually available for checkout.
Is it when it comes out of in process or?
Exactly. So when we're in Evergreen, there are copy statuses that change an item to be active. So when an item is in process, for example, it is not active. But when it goes from in process to reshelving or available, those two statuses set it to active. So for example, any library that has age protection on their items, those are set by active date rather than creation date. So if you want to know how long, if you want to know any information about the age protection, you'll want to use the active date as opposed to the creation date, which we could also find out more about by clicking down. Age protection is for libraries that want to keep hold of their materials for a set amount of time before allowing outside libraries to capture them for holds.
Okay.
So for example, I think the set ones now are 3 months, 6 months, 18 months, I think still might be there. So that means that any library that has just cataloged an item and its active date is set, so when that item has gone into reshelving or active, available, you have for that amount of time until another library can target it for a hold. So it's only set to this library. So we have active date, age protection. Any of these fields you see with aged, don't select those. You're not, we don't age our circulations here in Sage. What that basically means is there's a set script that will take a circulation and divorce it from any patron information. So it'll just show up as a number rather than this circulation was from John Smith at Baker County Library. His, it won't have any identifying information, but we don't do that.
And there's no way you can, as administrators, you can take those parts in that will never use and take them out.
I do that for the circulations. I usually keep them in there just because it's been valuable for people wanting to audit the information. I know like with Heidi, we've purged patron information, but the main information about a patron is usually not.
I guess that's not what I meant.
Okay.
I meant those parts that you said never use that.
Oh yeah.
You can't take that out as an option.
Oh no, these are set views that are, I mean, we could, but that would mean with every iteration of Evergreen, I'd have to go back in and create a new database view. And so just for the main part, remember, do not choose those aged options. You can find out what the alert messages are. Maybe you want to see all the alert messages of patrons, all your library patrons have. But with item, you know how we said that there were patrons that had barcodes. And with an item, it only has one barcode at a time. So you don't have to worry about all barcodes or current barcodes. It's just barcode. Can circulate, that's when you're setting up a when you're cataloging an item and you see that circulate, question mark field in the item attributes editor, that's what that is. Circulating library, circulation modifier. You want to know if it's a DVD or book. That will be name under there. Pretty much anything that says name is the English readable version of what you want if you're in a field. For example, call number, if you want to know what the call number is, and these are in the handouts too. Call number label is what you want. If you want to know the name of the library, instead of 211, 212, etc., you have the option of name or short policy name, which is that HR-HRCL. Basically your county and then the library name for the most part. And yep, we have copy notes, the copy status. That's name as well. You can also see if a copy status is set to visible. Restrict copy delete, don't worry about that. I've never seen that come into play. Sets the copy active. The main thing you'll want is that name. But if you wanted to filter by copy status, say you only wanted to include items that were available or items that were damaged, you wanted to see all the damaged items in your library, we want to get a list of those options. So how would I get a list of copy statuses for the filters to put in the base filters? Well, this is actually, you can see there's no link there. So this is all there is for copy status.
But it said link on the other side,
right?
didn't it?
I don't think so. Oh, the link will be that main folder. So there's no subfolders under it. So if you go to copy status.
There are several things there.
Yeah. Sorry. Copy status. Like Michelle was saying, it would be by ID.
Mm-hmm.
So if we wanted to filter by the copy statuses, we would find that source, click on ID, or double click. And remember, the only way we can kind of see that is that it's right here, and it's not super intuitive, so keep that in mind. The ID. But how do I get a list of the IDs? How can I have that in my display? Yeah. Change operator. In list. There we go. If you did equals when you run the report, you'll notice, oh, I just have an entry, and it's looking for an ID. So if you don't know the ID number of available, you might be a little out of luck there and have to rebuild your report.
As you're building your report, are you needing to say save or anything?
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't
So
saved.
yeah. So
And my
okay.
mind's just stuck on that, and I can't
Okay.
concentrate on what
So
I'm saying.
we've finished the report, and or at least we have to leave. We have libraries closing, and we've been running our report all day. So we'll give this a name, and if you don't give it a name yourself, it'll auto-generate that clone bit next to it.
Oh, okay.
So you'll always see clone unless you change it. I've had reports that say, you know, brief circ list, clone, 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 clone. It can go on and on, but that's not best practice. So maybe put a version 1 or version 2 there instead, or just name it what you want.
Does it do a time? It doesn't do a date with it anywhere?
It'll do a create date. So what? So I'll just call this a bad example. And I will save this. So after we look through, check your display fields, make sure that everything is set right, double check your transforms. Remember dates, always check those dates. Base filters, same thing. Field transform, don't need to do because there's no dates. In list, it's false, looks good. So now we'll click save. Name a bad example, description is the same. So I save that, successfully saved. Oh yeah, so where is it now?
In my templates, I think.
I just made it, but where'd it go?
No,
Going
mine's
to,
in my templates under text.
Yep.
I told it to go.
yep. So you're creating it.
Tell it to go there.
In the very beginning.
Yeah, when you very beginning cloned it, it had you select the folder.
Mine won't say.
It won't say?
No. Okay, well, now we know how to build it.
Sorry, I'll go around too. And after this, we're going to have our own building. So where it was is, we'll see it now, and I think I put it, this is a test. Nope. Brent test. Bad example. And so that, now this is the same as when we run a report here. For example, these are all the same as what are in these template folders. Brent test. And this is where you can finally see if it looks right. So create a new report. And the moment of truth. So I didn't change author. I might do that. Location ID. Oh, there's our copy statuses. Okay. Now I will try test river reports. A test for the session. Remember to select a folder. You'll see it highlighted in bold. If you have, select my library to be Hood River. Let's see adult audiobooks again. Can't get enough of those. And I want to see all the adult audiobooks that are available. I want to run this once. I don't want to keep running it because I haven't tested it. Maybe. So run as soon as possible. We have the outputs we want. Remember to select an output folder. I did test again. I have it emailed to myself. Save report. Action succeeded. So now, remember whenever you run a report, it won't be in this output. I wish that didn't show up, but it does. We only want to be under my folders output. That's where all the reports you run, they'll be in here.
Okay.
There's my Brent test. Yeah, if you go to the shared one, you'll see equinoxes, and those are not going to mean much. So go to Brent test. Test, what did I call it? Oops, still running. It's in the pending folder. So if you still see it in pending,
That means it's not the other one yet?
that means that it's still running. And since there's a bunch of us running reports, I could be in a queue right now. But if you want to just keep checking, just click on that folder again. And just wait for it to drop down into the completed items. Might take a little bit. While that's running, let's finish this up. All right, so what I'm going to have us do is try building a report from one of those core sources. You have the choice. I think now it's all pretty much the same. You can use either an existing template as a jump-off point, or you can brave the waters and go from the very beginning.
You're good? Yeah. Good job.
There could be a couple intense reports running, I'm not sure. So let's try that. As I said, don't worry, you're not going to blow anything up. If a report takes over an hour, it will get automatically killed. So if you notice that maybe your report hasn't taken a while, check back in an hour if it's been taking a long time, or just ask me because I can do a quick check, or Beth as well, she can. So don't run those massively taxing reports if you can help it, just because it's nicer on our hardware, less problems down the road. You won't tie up the queue for others is the main thing. All right, so I guess if you can do this alone if you want, but I think it's kind of fun to do with a person as well. If you want to join up and kind of discuss a brief report you'd like to create, I'll be circulating as well to help people. So just figure out if you'd like to jump off for an existing report or build your own. I would recommend just using a template and modifying it right now. And I'll be circulating to see if you guys need any help.
I think I feel
It should direct you back. So I'm going to have a quick check and see if somebody's tying up the...
cancel yours. I know.
Yep, I see the report.
Yours or mine?
I can tell you exactly. Let's see.
Magazines? That's me.
Okay.
So cancel it?
I don't think you can. I've got to kill it myself.
Okay, you do.
All right.
Why does it take so long?
It could be that there was an issue with the filter and it's just kind of running in a loop.
Okay. Isn't there like different people can contact the questions about that based on how long it
Yeah.
I don't know mine is. Is that on the website?
No, the idea is that it's sort of
I know,
broken
it's
up
really
in
popular.
not So OPLD item G is the county region has Hood River. So I think yours is. I don't know, it's not hard and fast.
How do I get a-
Oh, it just finished, so I didn't have to cancel, it just took a while.
Email on the phone. Yeah, he is, so that, it's not one, all going to one.
Wanted all of our staff to know. I
Yeah.
have little handbooks now ready for one. Children, so we have a man, I said, I'm supposed to be doing it, but I haven't had time. Let's start. She says, oh, it's supposed to come next summer. No, I don't know if she can do the system anymore. I said, but I'll find out today, or we don't, there's a contract anyway, once we've done that training.
Well, I would.
Yeah, you're very frustrated.
Although,
Online.
yeah, although right now, we're running our own version of
Friends, I've got to get going.
You got it, okay.
But I'm gonna, I'll practice sometime.
All right. Well, I'll be in Hood River next weekend too, if you really, or sorry, next on Tuesday.
No, it's really something.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I hope you got the handouts and okay.
I hope I retain all of this by the time I get home.
Yeah, and
I'm hoping to retain some of it.
yeah, and if I'll say this to the group too, if anyone wants a more kind of personalized session, I prefer doing screen shares for things like reports.
Yeah,
So
I'll
we can
probably
get
need
it.
that.
We can set up a team viewer Google Hangout, and it's usually good if you guys have specific kind of questions or problems that I can help with too. All right.
Sherry.
I have no idea what sort of.
You say this?
Do you have any ideas?
This is ridiculous. All these old things that we don't even have anymore are still in here, even though it said deleted now, right? Wow, I have a big mess to clean up. It doesn't have any current magazines in it.
Okay.
What the heck?
There was.
Which one is?
I did a thing for magazines. For some reason I returned this one.
Oh, that's probably because it has.
It's been put on the It's been both shown vacation magazines. And then look at all these, all of them. But then it's 2015, so when you take publication year off,
Now,
maybe that's when consumer reports, yeah, last circulation date's there. And see, when we catalog things, we're putting the year here.
Call number might not match up with the.
Phone number is supposed to be the year, so it's like the year consumer report started. So probably publication date's not relevant to
what?
magazines.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have.
Okay, so
All of our magazines. Oh, it doesn't think it has all of them, okay.
And you can definitely, the output you can get can be
I have filtered this to.
Excel is usually good.
Yeah, because Sports Illustrated, we don't have those anymore.
Yeah.
Huh.
We can get those deleted.
Yeah, get all of them. Okay, this is gonna make my life easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saved it if you want to
You guys all have the same one.
try again. So yeah, good job guys. That's more than I learned about when I started. And the slides will all be up on stagelib.org as well as the other stuff too. the handouts.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again,
That was helpful.
yeah, please let me know if you need any.
We'll try not to get us scared when
Yeah, again, don't worry about blowing anything up. I've actually blown stuff up.
we.
I don't like the when you click something wrong, it's like, you were about to redo the reports template.
Yeah.
That's good.
And if you do the report sometime, if you click your output, you'll see like, and it fails, you'll see a big bold entry that says like PG cancel,
Oh, okay.
can't understand your query. And that's when you know it's.
Change yours? Could we inadvertently change your template?
Are we gonna
Oh,
make
no.
you
Good.
It's-
See, that's what I'm
Report
worried about.
templates are set on login, and when you're
Okay.
going into that shared folder, you basically can view and copy, but you can't delete.
And it's just
Okay.
automatic.
Yeah. Yeah, and I back those things up
It
just
just
so.
doesn't look like that. It
I know,
looks like
it's-
you're gonna mess it up.
Yeah, create, poke around, do as much as you want. The core stuff will always be there.
All right.
Hey, Brent, we have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
What a big brain, huh?
The report
Friends not
that,
available.
will
Okay,
go
see you
ahead
later. Okay,
no, say.
Have a good trip home.
You want a report that will identify ready to learn.
That have their account number.
Right. That Oregon College Savings Plan.
Yeah, I did
They
one.
have their numbers?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what that is stat cat type of question. So.
Right. So, okay, so we've got here in this one, this is a shared one, we have ready to learn checkouts from community group and data breaks.
Yeah, I think someone asked about.
Right, so we
Yeah.
can modify that.
Yeah, there's some strange things.
Hermiston.
Yeah, stat cats are, it's a whole.
I know we have before.
Yeah, I probably set that up as a three-point field in a screen like library type.
So-
Yeah, I like the ones that said, they're just.
Pretty recently on board.
All right, well, thank you everyone who was at the Go2Meeting, and I'm just gonna kind of close it out here and respond to these questions off the meeting.
I was a moderator for the last 2 years, 3 years.
And I'll respond to you as well, Perry.
Have you been a moderator for a long time?
This is my third year, but my 21st year in the district.
So, do all the schools within Hermiston use Evergreen Stage?
No, just the high school.
Just the high school. And is that so you could have the interlibrary loan capability or?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, you have to take a whole bunch of